Kenmore City Council is now in session. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Culver,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Sassen,
Here.
Councilmember Shrubnik, here, Councilmember Lutsis,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
all present.
Next on the agenda is an executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.1110(1)I. The city council will now enter into an executive session to discuss potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 1 hour until approximately 7 p.m. No final action is expected.
And for our guests online, this is your city clerk speaking. Just reiterating that the council has now moved into a closed executive session, and they are going to be discussing potential litigation pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101I. This means that if you're here for public comment, public comments are likely to begin after 7 p.m.
All right, the city council has recessed from its executive session. I want to thank everyone for joining the special meeting of the Kenmore City Council tonight. We're here to discuss the Kenmore Supportive Housing Project, a partnership with Plymouth Housing to build 100 units of rental housing for seniors, veterans, and individuals with disabilities who are exiting homelessness. All units are designed for those who are at or below 30% median income. As has been mentioned, affordable housing is the council's #1 priority. The project has been in the works since June of 2022 and is now in the final stages for council consideration. We have received a lot of feedback from folks, and we know that there are lots of thoughts on this project. We invite members of the public to share their thoughts with us tonight. Based on much of the feedback that we've received so far, there are proposed modifications to the development agreement. These modifications can be found in tonight's agenda bill and will be included in the presentation after public comment. There's a handout with information about the project and an FAQ document that's being distributed and is also available online. So why are we here tonight? We're here because there's a pending development agreement for the project, and Kenmore Municipal Code 18.110.050C requires that the city council approve, disapprove, or modify a development agreement by ordinance. A decision on next steps and the pending agreement still needs to be made. In addition, the $4.2 million of the funding for this project that's coming from the National Housing Trust Fund, and the contract for those funds needs to be executed by May. So in order to meet the May deadline, Plymouth needs a decision, In order to meet the May deadline, Plymouth needs a decision from the City Council on the future of this project by mid-February. Our partner, Plymouth, has spent approximately $1.2 million on development costs on the project to date and does not want to incur additional costs if the project is not going to move forward. There are 3 options to review this evening: to direct staff to bring back either an ordinance that approves, disapproves, or modifies the current development agreement for the project. If direction for approval or modification of the development agreement is given, staff will be proposing a timeline for outreach to the community, including 2 town halls, a study session, and another public hearing before a vote would come to the council on February 12th. If direction for disapproval of the development agreement is given, an ordinance denying the development agreement will be placed on an agenda for a city council meeting in the near future. Format of this meeting. Once I'm finished with these opening remarks, we're going to hear from our public. Each member of the public will have 2 minutes to speak. We have a lot of people wishing to be heard, so we would ask that you come up to the front as soon as you hear your name called, that you line up behind the podium in the order your name was called, that you limit your remarks to 2 minutes or less, and that once you're finished speaking, you immediately move away from the podium so the next person can begin. After public comments are heard, we'll hear a short presentation from staff on the project to include an overview of options for council to consider, a brief history on the project and its funding, a list of modifications, and the proposed engagement timeline. I also will note that the council will be recessing for a quick, or standing at ease for a quick 5-minute break at 9 o'clock, and then we will be checking in at 11 p.m. in accordance with our new council rules. Does the city attorney have any comments to clarify the process for tonight's meeting?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Both state law and the city code identifies that a development agreement is a proper exercise of a city's police power and contracting authority. But because a development agreement also has elements of a land use decision, it may fall under the category of what's called a quasi-judicial decision, which would be subject to the appearance of fairness. To be conservative, we have been treating the Plymouth development agreement as if it is subject to the appearance of fairness. State law and council procedures anticipate that disclosures required by the appearance of fairness doctrine occur in conjunction with a public hearing, which would give the public the opportunity to rebut the substance and or object to participation by the council. Tonight, there is no public hearing. Instead, it's a meeting, a procedural meeting, where staff is asking direction from council on how to process the pending development agreement. The development agreement is pending because under the city's code, an action is required to approve or disapprove or modify a development agreement. The code requires the adoption of an ordinance, and no such action has taken place yet. So again, tonight is about processing and direction to staff on what that process might look like. That's the clarification. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the council? Councilor Marshall?
And Mr. Mayor, unrelated, but I just wanted to make sure we said or asked that we say the flag salute before we begin.
We can do that. We don't normally do those at special meetings, but we can do that. Any other questions for the city attorney? Councilor Marshall?
Did you want to talk about the polling?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have clarified. With the appearance of fairness, the disclosures and the questions that I asked the council at the public hearing on both November the 29th and December 11th occurred because it was in conjunction with the public hearing. Because there's no public hearing scheduled for tonight, there will be no disclosures under the appearance of fairness or polling of the council, because that needs to be tied to a public hearing. Did that answer your question?
Any other questions for the city attorney? All right, well then, thank you for the reminder, Councilmember Marshall. If you'd all please just rise and join me in the flag salute.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Before opening up public comments, I just do want to say a few more words. First off, I truly do appreciate all of you coming out tonight. Everyone in this room cares deeply about Kenmore, or you'd not be here tonight. We all want a Kenmore that's going to thrive and grow and be a great place for our kids and our grandkids. Second, I want to recognize that passions are high on this topic. For a long time, Kenmore's unofficial motto has been where courtesy is contagious. I ask that all of you treat your neighbors in this room with respect. Everyone should feel safe and welcome to express their views to the city council. So in accordance with our rules, I will request there be no audible speaking unless it is your turn for public comment, and that we please refrain from clapping, cheering, booing, or hissing. I will use my gavel to indicate if attendees are out of order. But again, we're all neighbors here, and everyone in this room should feel safe and welcome to express their views. We all want Kenmore to be a great place to work and live. And while people will have differing views on what exactly that means, we're all here tonight because we love the city, and I hope that we can all keep that in mind as we have this discussion. Thank you for being here tonight. We are going to take an hour of in-person public testimony, and then we will go over to virtual. So let's kick it off with the in-person folks first. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. We're going to go ahead and invite you in groups of 5. We have visual signs as to where we'd like you to line up along the wall next to the podium there, please. Nathan McDonald, followed by Kara Macias, Edward LaSalle, Tracy Benishinsky, and Dakota Rash.
Nathan McDonald, Kenmore. The simple rule for success for a box office sequel is that the first film has to be a hit. It's not surprising that there was no Battlefield Earth Part 2. If the first film was a turd, there's not going to be a sequel. Yet that's exactly what the council proposes, just 1 month after its big screen debut landed harder than a lead balloon. The meaningless proposed changes to this project are the equivalent of adding window curtains to a 1970s burned out tenement in New York's Lower East Side. For those of you who will be voting against this dumpster fire, these comments are not directed towards you. For the others, history does not judge tyrants kindly. Those of you pushing this project have shown that you are willing to sell your souls and the citizens of Kenmore out for a paltry $4 million. Your unwillingness to listen to the community or accede to reasonable and common sense change requests, such as its location, is pathetic and a giant middle finger to us all. But it's more than that. It's a willful desire to sacrifice Kenmore businesses and their hardworking owners and employees on the altar of extremist corporate elitism. In the unfathomable and catastrophic event that this project gets built, I submit that from this day forth, it shall no longer be referred to as the Plymouth Housing Project, but rather as Herbig House, so that the shame of destroying downtown Kenmore will forever be associated with you, Mayor Herbig, who have so clearly promoted this project against overwhelming and unified community opposition. We have been warned repeatedly that we are witnessing a threat to our democracy on the national political level. I disagree. You are what is wrong with the politics that disgusts so many. You are demonstrating your naked ambition and abuse of power over the community. You are the extremists. You are the threat to our democracy that we have been warned about.
Kara Macias, Kenmore, Washington. There's not much that I can say that you have not heard or that you won't hear tonight, but I will leave you with this. You have all asked for community engagement, and it doesn't get more engaged than this. Take their comments, ingest it, digest it, think about it, really think about it. And I want to urge you, all of the Kenmore businesses that have spoken out to you today, and there's a lot of them, they never mix business and politics because they don't feel safe and welcome voicing their opinions. So when they do, it matters. These moments, these big moments, is how you lead. It's how we trust. It's how we move forward. This matters. Thank you.
Council members, good evening. My name's Edward, and I'm a Kenmore resident. I hope that others tonight will speak up in favor of this project, modified or not, by appealing to your compassion for those less fortunate than us in other merits. As for me, I'm limiting myself to our legal obligations due to HB 1220. As you know, we need to plan for and accommodate for permanent and temporary housing for Washingtonians across all revenue brackets, including specifically the less than 30% AMI category, which is the topic of the day. The part that I want to bring up that nobody has spoken about so far is that HB 1220 doesn't only require housing for less than 30% AMI as a whole. While the bill spells out the need for 120,000 apartments statewide for permanent supportive housing, it also requires almost double that amount in non-permanent supportive housings. Yes, all of the concerns around Plymouth, but none of the support and wraparound services that go with it. I know you will hear many objections tonight. When you do, please ask yourself if you think these objections will be greater or lesser when we have to legally build other possibly non-permanent housing supportive options because we let this project fall through. For some, this project might have the appeal of filing for one's taxes. We know it's important and pays for so many things that are needed, but we always feel we could do better with the money if we did it ourselves. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for taxes, just not for this one. Does it mean that we get not to pay part of our taxes just because we know better? No, of course not. We pay TurboTax and HR Block every year because we don't have a choice, because it's the law. This is the same here. Wishing our obligations away for less than 30% AMI people won't make it true, but we can decide to have help through the supportive housing option before that's before you. Before you vote, and I ask you to vote yes, think about this. What will the legally mandated alternative be for Kenmore tomorrow if we say no today?
Tracy Benesinski, Dakota Rash, followed by this group, Juliana Pooley, Jeff Chisholm, Dan Troyan, Lou Novak, and Penny McGilvery.
Tracy Benesinski, Kenmore. I come before you tonight to ask that you support Plymouth Housing in Kenmore by passing either option 1 or 2 from the Business Agenda A agenda bill. One of you ran in the last election on the promise of a Kenmore we can always call home. What a beautiful vision from which to lead us toward a community where all are welcome, all are included, and all can belong, where courtesy truly is contagious, not just a slogan, but a practiced daily reality. We aren't there yet. Some of our neighbors are struggling to stay here. Some have moved away and some have stayed, but now sleep outside, near the hangar, the library, or Swamp Creek. Some are less visible, sleeping in cars or couch surfing. There are real structural reasons for these individual struggles that are too numerous for me to list right now. The good news is that there are evidence-based solutions we can use to help our unsheltered neighbors stay in Kenmore. A large body of research shows that the vast majority of people who live in permanent supportive housing are able to stay stably housed in their communities, make fewer costly emergency room visits, and are less likely to become incarcerated. Permanent supportive housing is both humane and fiscally responsible. I have heard some of my neighbors opposing this project out of concern for the safety of their families. I am a single mother to a young child, and I also want our street sidewalks and public gathering spaces to be safe. I believe we can have safety and housing for all. There are measures in place to assure this outcome, and I believe that together we can problem solve in future if needed. We do not need to borrow trouble to stop a very important needed housing development for our most vulnerable neighbors. Being in community is inevitably difficult at times. Right now is one of those times, and that is why we need your courageous leadership to help us chart a course forward together where we are welcome and all can belong in Kenmore. Thank you so much for your service. I appreciate you all very, very much.
Dakota Rash, Lake Forest Park. Good evening, Kenmore City Council members, staff, and mayor. I'm asking you to support further discussion of the Plymouth housing project. I don't usually make this kind of comment. I'll explain why mid-comment. Prior to coming here tonight, 5 people individually reached out to me, 4 of whom I've seen in this room. They threatened me to not come tonight. I know that 4 of these people are here. 4 have made comments before you on this project before, and all have been against the Plymouth housing project. I have been, in the past couple days, called scum. I've been told I need to stay in Lake Forest Park if I know what's good for me. And I've been told by someone they hope to not see me tonight. One person sent me my address. And I don't think they're just trying to remind me I live in Lake Forest Park, because they followed it with "watch out." So why do I bring this up? This isn't a detail about the Plymouth housing project, and I think that's what you should primarily be focused on tonight. But I bring this up because you all have been appointed by the people of Kenmore to shepherd this community. And I think it's relevant for you to consider what you support and what you condone. I'm honestly a bit worried being here tonight, but I feel I must, because it was freezing rain the other night. I could not stop wondering about the man who I gave hot water to in Diva and where he was staying that night. And so I ask you all to be compassionate leaders that will protect the people who have less and are just trying to survive. I also ask you not to affirm the people who have threatened me tonight and tried to question my and my roommate's safety. Please don't take Kenmore in that direction. Thank you.
Hi, Juliana Pooley, long-term Kenmore resident. Council, thank you so much for being here and listening to us, especially on such a heavy, loaded, emotional topic. Some of you have heard from me before. My family first moved to Kenmore when I was a wee baby in 1986, and I've spent most of my life living here in Kenmore. I have a master's degree in community and economic development with an emphasis on housing and homelessness. I've worked extensively with low-income families, and I have case managed hundreds of homeless adults. I have worked as part of an outreach team offering on-site support services in permanent supportive housing at a facility that served previously homeless veterans, and I have worked as a coordinated entry housing manager. I'm not a lobbyist, and I'm not employed by any organization or group that would benefit from this action. But I do live in downtown Kenmore, and this Plymouth housing project is visible from my kitchen window, from the window of my young daughters. And I feel personally engaged because poverty is an issue that can impact us all, and because this both touches upon my academic, personal, and professional life. My husband and I have been following this project since 2022. And with all of the deep dives that I have done in weighing the pros and the cons, and with all of my history in Kenmore and the following, all of the issues that my good neighbors have mobilized before, and I remember some of them. I remember in the early 2000s when some of us were worried about the first branches of Tent City and the first some of these things. I'm here to say that I support this project. Some of my good neighbors have concerns about housing first, and I just want to remind you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Ms.
Pooley.
Oh, sorry.
Jeff Chisholm, longtime Kenmore resident. I was here on December 11, and I'm not sure why we're here today. You know, back in my day, and I know what ages me, no meant no. When you got told no, you stopped. Now, business has been apolitical in this city as long as I have been here. They don't endorse candidates. They don't engage in political issues. They are up in arms about this. I sent you a petition today that me and a couple of other people walked the streets and gathered signatures from the business people. They are uniformly, if you're not unanimously, opposed and willing to speak out against this project. Apparently I missed a few because I'm now getting emails and posts on Kenmore Neighbors about business people who said, me too, me too, me too. This project is going to kill downtown Kenmore and its economic growth. You've already received a letter from Dr. Cooley announcing that he will take his business and his 18 well-paid employees and leave. I've been told by other people in confidence they will follow. So they're not going to get replaced, and you will impact 5 of your 10 goals on your priority. Number 1, let's strike out sustainable economic development. That won't happen. Continue to seek opportunities to activate Lake Point. Bye-bye. Support post-academic recovery process. Well, not without a vibrant economy. Update the financial sustainability plan. You'll need to include a lot more deficits because the revenue will fall. And increase and preserve options for affordable housing. There hasn't been a private apartment building in Kenmore in 10 years. There will not be one again. Let me leave you with words of wisdom from the great philosopher and economist, Ian Malcolm. That was the character played by Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park, when he said they were so busy thinking about whether they could do something, they
Thank
didn't
you.
stop to think about
Thank you,
whether they
Mr.
should.
Chisholm. Thank you.
Dan Troyan, Kenmore resident. Thank you all for being here, members of the staff, and of course, as always, the people of Kenmore. Last meeting, there were a lot less people here. It was one between here and December 11th, and I demanded very important things for this city. Better chairs. We still don't have them, right? You guys, they have luxury chairs. No, I'm just kidding. I am here, of course, to say what everyone else will say. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Most people will say, to ask you to continue to listen to people of Kenmore and stop the Plymouth housing project. I'm not sure why it's being considered again after the motion was voted down 6-1. There have been no real changes that I see that should be voted on again. I look forward to hearing that later. I reached out to Plymouth to ask for a tour. One of the people I CC'd on the email is here. She didn't respond, but I did get a general response of no. They refused. That's not fear mongering. It's not misinformation. I'll be happy to send you those emails. You guys know how much I like to email you. Jeff's petition we just heard about was taken with all the local businesses downtown. Almost every single business besides, big Safeway, Chase, all of them signed it. That's not fear mongering. That's not misinformation. That's reality. When I went ahead and submitted a public record request to the city of Bellevue covering the 6 months of the Plymouth opening at the Plymouth location, I was told, and I've done this once before, it took several days, it would take over a month for them to get me the data because there was so much. A month. They responded and said, we've started and we have over 100 calls of just EMS. That's ambulance and medical reasons. That's in 180 days, they had over 100 calls.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
Plymouth
Mr.
claims that
Troyan.
they're gonna help with that,
Thank you,
and
Mr.
yet
Troyan.
here we are.
Thank you.
Hey, everyone, we are going to be starting, could you stop the timer? We are going to be starting time as soon as people get up to the microphone. If you are all clapping, you'll be eating into their time. So I would really ask that we have a lot of people to get through. It'll go a lot quicker.
Lou Novak, Kenmore. How many of you in your due diligence actually visited Plymouth Housing Group properties? And if so, how many of those properties did you look at? I looked at all of them. I photographed most of them. I sent you photographs of the 601 Second Avenue at the foot of Queen Anne Hill, where there was a drug overdose person occupying the time of 7 different emergency medical personnel, police officers, and firemen. Those professionals' time was being used on someone that chose voluntarily to take poison, to put drugs in their body, thereby depriving other people who are having true medical emergencies from critical care. That's one of the opportunity costs that this proposal with Plymouth Housing is costing people. It's a potential life-threatening problem when you put a priority of housing drug addicts and other people that are choosing a certain lifestyle over those of us who are almost 80 years old and definitely more in need of emergency help. The other question I have is, how many of you have carefully read the development agreement with Plymouth Housing? And if you have read it, did you ask yourselves, who the hell wrote this thing? Was the question Plymouth Housing Group? Did you ask yourselves, how does Kenmore benefit from this? Is it just virtue signaling for you guys to spend $38 million, which I guarantee is going to be more like 45 million by the time the new estimate for the construction.
Thank you, Mr. Novak. Penny McGilvery, William Moran, Rochelle Stokam, James Lemke, John Dolan, and Leanne Atten.
I was confident the council heard the voice of the people on December 11th last year and understood this Plymouth project shelter was resoundingly opposed by the citizens of Kenmore. I frankly don't understand why the council has chosen to resurrect this issue unless there are agendas at play other than misguided altruism. Why risk the health, safety, and well-being of Kenmore and its citizens to serve a minority population, most of whom don't even reside in Kenmore at present? And these residents of Plymouth project will essentially be dumped into our midst without essential services like mental health, counseling, drug and alcohol rehab, and career guidance that are necessary for them to transition back into society. It would be akin to taking a very sick individual, dumping them into a hospital room, and then abandoning them and leaving them without medical treatment they need to get well. The results would be disastrous. The homeless model you are attempting to push on us has been shown to be a dismal failure in other communities. Who among us has not driven through our next door neighbor, Lake City, and seen the heartbreaking decay and decline taking place there? Businesses are rapidly leaving the area. Do we want the same for Kenmore? From a budgetary perspective alone, does it make sense to implement policies that drive businesses and families out? And ever increasing tax hikes are not the remedy to cover the shortfalls in the city's coffers that occur from short-sighted fiscal management. I agree we need to do something for the homeless, but can't we think outside of the box, draw on community input and ideas and find better solutions? Isn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? Please respect, serve, and faithfully represent the citizens who elected you and do not allow this project to go forward. Thank you.
We need your name and your city of residence for the record, please.
Penny McGilvery, Kenmore.
Thank you.
James Lemke, Kenmore. Mayor and city council members, thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak and provide our input to this project proposed. And basically, I want to say, I encourage you to vote against this project. You've already donated, or apparently want to donate, a $2 million piece of property to this project. So in addition to the other expenses that are going to be involved in this project, the 100 people that are proposed to be housed in this project are worth basically about $65,000 each at the $4.5 million project cost plus the $2 million that you're donating. That's my tax money. That's their tax money. for crying out loud. We got better things to do with that money. Plymouth has already created a bad reputation and they're totally dependent on government subsidy, which again is my tax money. Disabled housing, including addicted persons, are those on very limited incomes. So how's that going to benefit Kenmore? Potentially, this will become an unnecessary burden on this city due to theft increases to support addictions. And what about power outages? Has anybody thought about that? This is a 6-story proposed building. What happens when the power goes out or there's a fire in it? How are these disabled people going to get out? Because they can't use the elevators. So 24/7 support is proposed for these residents. It's not very viable given today's economic situation. It's difficult enough to right now to find people that want to work. And a high turnover and burnout is well documented in this field. So this proposed project for Kenmore is ignominious, in my opinion, unwanted by the taxpaying citizens, will hurt more than help Kenmore, does not add to our tax base, is a waste of government funding, all in the name of some idealistic idea to help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rochelle Stokeham. I'm a citizen here of Kenmore. I just want to first off say this frequently asked question is a joke. It is like, oh, we're going to have 24/7 on-site staffing the building. Who? I mean, we've seen the people at Walmart, Target. These are not the most qualified people. And what are we going to do if there's
Ma'am,
no one there?
I'm sorry, I need you to address your comments towards the council.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. Sorry for doing that. So who is going to do the checks and balances? Who's going to go over there and go, hey, I haven't seen anybody out here for a long time. Who's taking care of that? Who are we holding responsible? I obviously am opposed to this project. What I want to say is I have concerns. You all have concerns. That's why you voted no last time. Have we been given the answers to those concerns? Hopefully you guys will address that tonight. I have a hard time believing that if we don't act now, we can never move forward with another project. Those are called scare tactics. Don't fall for it. It's common practice amongst the best salespeople. I urge the city council to vote no on this proposal. The citizens of Kenmore deserve a city council who is transparent and keeps the citizens well informed about significant decisions impacting our small community. Pushing this through will cause more problems than it's worth. And this is not a threat. I'm new to this community, but there's a ton of people who have lived here forever and they're talking lawsuits and all sorts of things. We don't need that here, okay? The downtown is just becoming beautified. Businesses will move out. We've all seen it. We're not dumb, okay? We just need to put this to a vote and be done with it. This is wasting too much time. If anything, let's build a baseball field. Our kids don't have anywhere to play baseball. I don't, if you don't believe me, then put it to a vote. Put it to a vote.
I'm John Dolan. I'm a Kenmore resident and I'm also a veteran. I was an Army medic in 1968 and 69. And right now, a lot of my brothers and sisters are living on the street because they cannot get help. We send them into harm's way and we forget them. And this is one of the answers. Plymouth Housing is standing up and finding homes for them and having their lives mean something and giving them hope. So please vote yes and continue helping us. Just because we want to turn the back on us and pretend it's not there, it'll always be there and it's going to get worse. So thank you.
Thank you. Looking for William Moran. Is William Moran here? No. Leanne Atten, Melissa Pendleton, Janet Quinn, David Black, Danielle Clar, Suzanne Gardner.
Hi, Leanne Aiton. I'm a Kenmore resident. I did a simple Google search, Plymouth Housing /police. A 58-year-old
Please speak into the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry. A 58-year-old male, a resident of Plymouth Housing in Belltown, fatally stabbed an employee who was a full-time case manager for Plymouth Housing. It was reported prior to the incident. Seattle Fire Department responded to this complex 57 times. A male resident in the same complex hit a female Amazon employee with a baseball bat, fracturing her skull in multiple places. A 53-year-old male named Cisse chased down a random man, stabbing him to death. Witnesses stated Cisse stabbed the victim 13 times, then tried cutting the victim's neck. Cisse had an extensive criminal history. In 2022, he was convicted for felony harassment after admitting to swinging an axe at a Plymouth housing caseworker. A woman was found dead outside Plymouth Toft Terrace complex. A housing representative stated they are cooperating with the police and doesn't know if the deceased was a resident. Another Plymouth housing complex had complaints about the building's fire alarm going off most mornings between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m. The thought was the false alarms were caused by residents smoking drugs. Hundreds of nearby apartment residents were being woke up by these alarms. One Reddit post asked if a class action lawsuit could be filed against Plymouth Housing.
Thank you.
Melissa Pendleton, Kenmore. I think I speak for many of us Kenmore residents when I say I'm frustrated that I'm back here. I'm frustrated that we've already voiced our opinions and concerns, and here we are again. I'm frustrated that even though many of us have voted for some of you, we don't agree with this, but you claim to speak for us. We've heard from people who are homeless, addicted, lived in similar complexes and worked for similar complexes, and some that currently live in Plymouth buildings that want to expose how bad their living conditions are and about how dangerous these buildings are. What makes you think you know better? What makes you think that people experiencing homelessness should experience that? I have already shared my experience of living 3 blocks from Plymouth Housing in Belltown, stepping on needles in my friend's mug by residents, how this building would literally put that between our children's library and splash pad. I have 2 young kids and I worry about their safety. That's why I moved here. I have a close family friend that was an addict. He has said many times a building like this would have killed him. I have not heard a single person say they don't want low-income housing. In fact, we would like a solution, but this isn't it. We have a Title I elementary school that's set up to help children in need and families. We have a family shelter with families looking for stable and safe housing in this community to keep their children in school here. Why aren't we looking at that? Why is this the only option you're pushing over and over? So us as exhausted members of the community working with families have to show up over and over and over. I work on a lot of public grants, specifically commerce grants. Public entities return these grants all the time. They go to the next in the list. Something else will get built. Nigel and Deborah, you still have a conflict of interest that you've refused to acknowledge. Someone brought up they were called names. I've heard just as many names on the other side. This project does not have a benefit to Kenmore, and you have clear alternative motives that are not for Kenmore. I'd like you to move on to a better project, listen to the community, and find a better solution.
Hi, I'm Dave Black, lifetime Kenmore resident, multi-generational resident. All my kids went to Inglemoor. I went to Inglemoor. Where are they going to live? They've got they can't afford a $2 million house. And when I was canvassed and asked what your priorities should be, affordable housing comes up. But this is not the affordable housing I'm thinking of. You mistranslate. I was never talking about bringing people in from outside that are homeless, and this monstrosity of a building is huge. Elections have consequences, and you won, you represent us, but I voted for you. You are my consequence, and this project is way out of line. In the 80s, I've lived here for a long time. In the 80s, they tried to put in a sewage plant here in downtown Kenmore. King County tried multiple different things. They made Kenmore a dumping ground, and part of becoming a city, we wanted self-determination. And it feels like we're fighting you just like we were fighting King County for then. Back when I was a kid, they were trying to build a garbage dump over here on between Simon's Road and Wayne Golf Course, filling in all the valleys. It was going to be for Seattle. It was enormous. We've been fighting Kenmore becoming a dumping ground for a long time. People that need housing from Plymouth project are real and they do need help. But I don't think this project is right. I've looked at that building. That is just a monstrosity out there on the block, and that's all I have to say.
Janet Quinn, as you know, I work for the city of Kenmore, and I've also lived here in Kenmore for 34 years. In that time, I've had neighbors across the street. The King County Police used our trees for cover when they were arresting a bank robber. There was a sex offender that lived across the street from me. I don't live in an apartment building. I live in a single family residence. So I think if we believe that we only are going to see crime in a building that we've built for affordable housing, we are kidding ourselves. It's in our communities already because we are human beings. So I want us to remember that people come into homelessness from a variety of reasons. Veteran, as we've heard from a gentleman before me, there are people who have been abused at home. There are people who have family living situations that are not conducive to living a complete and happy life. When we picture homeless people and the 100 homeless people that we could get off of their pathway that they're on right now and provide housing, while we make those decisions and we talk about those things in our warm, comfy homes, I just hope that you'll keep them present in your mind and that you will consider that these are 100 people that you could be helping to take the next step in their life. I try to live my life with the Bible as my guide. And what I read there is that I have to treat my fellow citizen as a human being first, as a valuable person. And I hope that I live my life that way. And I hope that you'll think about that when you are making this difficult decision. And I wish you luck, but I'm in favor.
Hi, Danielle Claire. I am a Kenmore resident. I've already given comments to this council at 2:30 a.m. in December, and I agree with what many others have said here. And I know that you'll hear the same thing over and over again tonight by folks who feel that way. I wanted to provide one additional amount of information that I found that may be useful when thinking about the resources that we need in order to support this type of housing in our neighborhood. There was a study in the Journal of Urban Affairs in 2002 that was called "The Impact of Supportive Housing on Neighborhood Crime Rates." And I'll just read you a few sections from that quickly. We investigated supportive housing in Denver during a period in which the city enacted an ordinance mandating strict controls over the siting, design, size, and public notification of supportive housing developments. They found that for the subset of the large facilities with over 53 residents, there were increased rates of reported violent and total crimes within 500 feet of the sites after they opened. And they further say, and this is really important because it breaks my heart that this has become either you care about people or you don't care about people, because that's not what it is. And we need to provide people with safe places to live, and we need to think about ways that we can do that are logical, reasonable, and supportable over the long term. And a lot of these people, this paper says that it's not the people there who are involved in these crimes, it's that other people can come and victimize those people who are most at risk. And I just want you to consider the support that we need. I'm against the housing, and I want us to consider how we can support people.
Thank you. Susan Gardner, Tom H. Becky Aiden, Bob Green, Jeannie Galloway, Amy Nelson.
Susan Gardner, Kenmore resident. At the December 11th City Council meeting, it was clear that the majority of the citizens who attended and spoke were against this low barrier supportive housing project, primarily because of its location in downtown, adjacent to the library and near the kids' splash park, given the likelihood that drug and alcohol use will prevail. Now it has become the council's #1 priority for 2024. Funding for this project requires homeless at entry, single adults with no children, more than 55 years old with disability, the definition of which includes drug and alcohol addiction as well as mental illness. Questions. Will the residents' relationships to drug dealers and street users spill onto Kenmore streets? Will businesses need to beef up their security? Will the library still be accessible to current users in the manner in which they are accustomed? Will those bathrooms be safe? Who will patrol the surrounding neighborhood for needles and how often? On Tuesday, Como News had a feature on reporter Eric Johnson's relative Lexi, who died on the street. He asked, who killed her? In large part, and I quote, the city of Seattle killed her because of its own addiction to a twisted form of compassion and tolerance. Is that going to be Kenmore too, an enabler for behavior like this that kills? At the December meeting, recognizing the sentiment voiced by its citizens, council members Herbig, O'Kane, Marshall, and Serebnik voted down the project. Will you stand by that vote by endorsing the third ordinance option, that is to deny this project in accordance with the will of the Kenmore citizens present then and likely present here tonight? Or have you changed your mind?
My name is Tom Herman. I've been a Kenmore resident for more than 42 years. In addition, I have 4 decades of owning and operating apartment buildings. I have decades of working with voucher recipients through the Veterans Administration and/or other voucher programs. I'm here to share a few thoughts with council regarding council, and I'll also finish up with a personal real-life experience of working as a building owner, interacting with VASH and the VA and a tenant experience, pardon me. Council, first off, I thought we were done with this on December the 11th. It was absolutely crystal clear that Kenmore Plymouth project was not supported by the residents of the city of Kenmore. Next, council, by appearance, you're now backpedaling on what was so crystal clear. No 6-story Plymouth housing project at 6532 Bothell Way, period. And lastly, council, it is time for the people, it is time to listen to the people that you are here to support, the citizens of Kenmore. Stop trying to silence the members of the city. Cutting back the amount of time that it takes for people to share thoughts is unacceptable. Keep one thing in mind. 100% of the proposed project residents will be disabled. What is not openly discussed, in fact, is that alcoholism is categorized as a disability. The following is a simple example of my interactions with VASH. VA administration person recently brought over a voucher holding tenant in need of a place to live. VA would meet me with a recommended council, and I'm not going to be able to finish this. Bottom line, my building was destroyed by people that returned to their alcoholic problems that they were dealing with.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Adams, and I've lived in Kenmore for 30+ years. I've seen many good changes over the years since Kenmore Incorporated. And I'm very grateful to the council, the staff, and all the good work improving roads, sidewalks, parks, and other projects consistent with the true #1 priority of the council, which is to represent and best serve the interests of Kenmore residents and to honor the hard work represented by our tax dollars by spending those dollars in a way that benefits the Kenmore community. I believe the Plymouth project, as currently proposed, represents the opposite of beneficial representation and respectful financial stewardship. When I was growing up, we lived in low-income housing for several years. It was a positive experience for me. I was fortunate that the particular project where we lived was built by people who designed it with an understanding of what human beings need, not just a roof over their head, but also proximity to fresh air, the ability to move about, some link to nature and the beauty and tranquility that that brings. The project where I live was built with a good amount of open space, a couple of kids' play areas, a basketball court, fair-sized lawn area. Human beings need open space and at least a little bit of fresh air and movement to stay healthy and sane. And they do not thrive in an environment where they're stacked up like cordwood in a shed. I know this also because as a volunteer for the Suicide Prevention Hotline, I've spoken with many people overcome with the stress of living in exactly this kind of high density environment. The proposed project area here, close to Bothell Way and 68th intersection, is extremely busy and potentially dangerous area for people with mobility impairments. This is definitely an intersection where you need to make eye contact with the drivers in the turn lanes before crossing the street, and locating a large number of senior and disabled people is just setting us up for several accidents waiting to happen. In summary, the current Plymouth project proposal is a terrible idea because it's not the right location and not a design that accounts for the real needs and the humanity of the people it intends to serve.
Thank you.
Bob Green, 25-year Kenmore resident. I'm on here. The voters of Kenmore have strongly supported the council and our city government by approving the parks and walkways projects and the development of the downtown hangar and common area. We are proud of how we have progressed as a city with parks and common spaces that bring us together. We shoulder the high property tax because we support our city government, quality schools, our police and our firefighters for common safety and well-being. We all recognize that affordable housing is vital for our community, but our solution must enhance what we have accomplished as a community and not disrupt and diminish it. If the council approves the Plymouth project in the face of such broad-based citizens' objections, your actions will alienate the city voters and dissolve the goodwill and community pride that we have nurtured over these many years of common effort. It will replace our common purpose that we have developed as a community with division and mistrust that will permeate our community and alienate us from our city government. Would any of the surrounding cities such as Kirkland, Bothell, or Edmonds build Plymouth housing in their downtown core? Plymouth's housing model may work in large urban settings like Seattle or Bellevue, but the impacts to a smaller community will be much more profound. For example, the city of Bothell has partnered with Imagine Housing to build affordable senior housing that better aligns with a smaller community. It is hard for the council, I understand that, to abandon a project with funding in hand, but the long-term social and political costs to our city and community are far too great for the council to approve the Plymouth project. Hear the voice of the people and let's find an affordable housing solution that has broad community support.
Hello, I'm Jeannie. I live and work in Kenmore. Glad to be here. I live in a nice little HOA on a little cul-de-sac, and my neighbors are here in the back. And we actually have differing opinions on the project, but that's okay because, you know, we're all allowed to have different opinions and different experiences. So I'm here today, just like everybody else, to share the experience that I've had with this and the hopes that I have. You know, we and others who can't be here tonight elected a city council. And while many candidates have been on the ballot, the majority of the voters in Kenmore voted for this city council and the last city council. The vast majority of the people on the past council and this current council stated plainly that they were in support of affordable housing. Lots of definitions of that, I know. They were voted in on that platform by voters like me and maybe others in the room. So for more than 2 years, the elected city council has clearly announced affordable housing as a top priority of the work. The affordable housing for the council has meant primarily this project. And they have, to my knowledge, until a month ago, found no objection and continue to pull the project forward. So for me, it boils down to this. Did we elect the city council that is overseeing this? Yes. Did the city council direct the staff to dig into this project? Yes. Did the city council conduct a thorough evaluation, invite community inputs for 2 years, continually post information on the project on a very public-facing website? Yes. As I look at the publicly available documents, it is clear it's clear they did offer many, many input opportunities. So my experience is that, you know, every member of the council and the staff that I have worked with over the last 2 years, and I have worked with these folks on some different projects. They have serious civic responsibility. They try to present a solid project. So it's my hope, based on the electoral process,
Thank you.
that we support the project. Thank you.
Could we get your last name for the record, please? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jeannie Galloway.
Galloway, thank you.
Amy Nelson, followed by Joe H., Jay Gerlach, Kristen Miller, Linda Mitchell, Andrea Carnes.
And after that, let's circle over to the virtual folks.
Thank you. Amy Nelson. I've been a resident of Kenmore since 1975. I feel the Plymouth housing project will negatively change Kenmore. Plymouth Housing is not the right partner for Kenmore. We do not have the infrastructure here to support this project, nor the resources. Plymouth Housing has multiple issues at its other locations, and they do not seem to be looking to support the residents in a way that does anything but move them from the streets. If we aren't looking to improve the lives of the members of our community, why are we spending millions of dollars and giving away property to do it? It doesn't seem that you are concerned about the safety and well-being of your current residents with this project. I can say that if this project goes through the way it's proposed, I won't be spending my dollars in the downtown area of Kenmore because I won't go there. I will be sad to not shop and dine here, and it will be inconvenient to go further away to run errands and to find a new doctor and dentist. But I won't support a city with additional revenue that isn't listening to the majority of its citizens about such a disastrous project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kristen Miller, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. I object to low barrier or no barrier housing being allowed in the city of Kenmore. In response to a question about safety at a previous meeting, we were told about a safety ambassador position at Plymouth. Plymouth currently has a job post on Indeed and LinkedIn for a safety ambassador. The post contains the following language: this position will support staff who are providing support and trauma-informed care to residents who, as a result of trauma, do at times act out frequent verbal and physical aggression. The essential job qualifications listed for this position are a high school diploma or a GED and 1 year of experience in security operations. The safety ambassador moves between Plymouth properties as needed during their shift. The job posting includes: the safety ambassador will monitor cameras, be available to receive phone calls from the buildings for backup support, rove the properties, walk with staff through hallways, conducting floor checks, walk with staff to and from their method of transportation before or after their shift. In certain situations, the safety ambassador may be positioned at a building for a portion of their shift. The post goes on to list the following under essential job functions, including calling 911, initiates contact with emergency response system, interfaces with outside support agencies, and works with local authorities and first responders. I believe that Plymouth Housing will be a drain on Kenmore's limited resources, including emergency services, and will be a detriment to the city. And I urge the council to explore other ways to provide affordable housing to our residents. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Mitchell. I work for Mary's Place. We operate 5 emergency family shelters in King County with 720 beds, including a shelter here in Kenmore that was opened in 2017. Mary's Place is a housing first organization. The trauma caused by homelessness can have long-lasting negative impacts. We know that the most significant indicator of future homelessness is past homelessness. Permanent supportive housing is an evidence-based solution to our region's housing crisis. We know Plymouth Housing well and have incredible respect and admiration for their success rate at keeping people stably housed. We understand that something unknown can be scary. While Mary's Place is grateful to enjoy the support of the Kenmore community today, not everyone was happy to see us move in 6 years ago. But as our neighbors learned more about who we were and what we do, and met our guests in shelter, and came to see that the experience of living alongside us was not what they expected, and that their fears were not realized, attitudes changed, and strong supportive relationships grew. I hope that that can be the case in this situation. We have faith that this decision will be made by the council with input from this community. And we thank you so much for your leadership.
Ms. Mitchell, can we get your city of residence for the record?
Seattle.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrea Carnes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. I'm also on staff at Plymouth Housing. I think it's important that we think about our campaign about Kenmore Cares, because I hope that we care about everyone. I hope this is a place where we're inclusive and we invite people in. The people who we are asking to house in this building live in our area. This is not a coordinated entry project. I think that's very important to really understand the difference. It means that there's control about the referral, and it means that there's an opportunity to really provide services on site. We have services on site, behavioral health. We have primary care services with nursing. We have case management. We have a whole slew of resources to support people. We have over a 97% success rate in keeping somebody housed. That's really important to think about the whole of this and what we're talking about, because there's a lot of information out there that isn't accurate. And I think as a longtime staff person at Plymouth, someone who's connected in the community, I want this here in my community. I have kids. I go to school I take them to school. I take them, around our community. I'm here. So I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate that several of you came out and saw our project and what that meant to be able to understand what do we do? What does it look like? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Joe Hannick. I didn't realize signing in was I was going to speak, so I'm just going to riff a little bit. Believe it or not, I voted for most of you. I am against this project, mostly because of the location that's chosen smack dab in the middle of downtown. I don't know who decided that was a good idea. It seems I was in Boston during the first call on a work trip for this, and looking at the comments on our Facebook group and then hearing about it on the news, couldn't be more opposite. You heard loud and clear from my fellow members, who apparently it's just a small fraction of the Kenmore residents that were against this. Like other people have said before, we don't want this, at least not in the location where it's at. Do better. It sounds like we're just trying to get a win here so that we can say we did something. And from looking at the website and the FAQs, there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been thought through. And I think it needs a lot of reevaluation. Somebody said earlier, let's find something that has a lot of community support. This has no community support. I've never seen it. I've come to a few of these town halls or the meetings, and you get like 2 or 3 people here. This is a huge representation of the city of Kenmore. There's plenty, I'm sure there's plenty more online. This is a bad idea. Don't do this. That's all I gotta say. Thanks.
Okay, at this point, we'd like to hear from our pre-registered virtual guests. We'll take it slow and look for you in the audience. Just a quick reminder, if you're online with us, but your first and last name are not clearly displayed for me to see, I will not call on you. We have 181 guests in the audience. Chris Rendell, we're looking for Chris Rendell. Waiting. I do not see Mr. Rendell in the audience. Moving on. Carl Michaelman, followed by Patrick O'Brien, Stacy Valenzuela, and Eli Wren. Mr. Michaelman, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We certainly can. Go on.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Okay. If you can hear me, City Council, then you should be hearing the people in the city of Kenmore saying this is a bad deal. How in the world can we continue this conversation? My little notes is I feel like it's Us against you, the council. Nigel, Deborah, you definitely have a conflict. If you really don't think you don't, and the rest of us do, there's a problem here. And again, why am I saying us against you? There's a document that was on the city of Kenmore going to legislators and saying, we support the increase of the 1% cap. Well, that's why I'm feeling totally us against you. We, the people, don't want you to lift the cap of 1% tax. Bottom line is, we want low income. We don't want this. Other thing is, you made a mistake. Why don't you admit it? Mistakes can happen. Let's move on, find a better place for this instead of going ahead and continually not listening to the people. This is just something that is just not the right time, not the right place. Economic development will not happen. Developers will not come. You have to think of what the city wants, not the council, not the staff, but what we, the people, want when it comes to this situation. Bad deal. Please vote no. Thank you.
Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. I'm virtually here right now. First of all, I agree with Carl. Certain individuals on the city council need to recuse themselves immediately on this issue for who they work for and who they represent. And anybody that's seeking higher political office needs to think long and hard about what sort of perks they're going to receive if they pull this through for the team, which means Seattle, King County, and Washington State is dumping the people that are homeless in Kenmore. There is nothing exclusive about servicing the citizens of Kenmore in any of this. You do not have control of who is going to dwell in that structure. You have given that up to Plymouth House, and they can choose anybody in King County they want. I'm all for veterans. I've had them stay at my house. I'm all for low-income housing, provided it's commensurate with the population that we have and the amount of available space. And there isn't that much available space. Certainly, you don't hang your laundry on your front doorstep. And that's what you're doing here. You're going to have people with drug and alcohol problems on 522, and you're going to make this place look like a bigger show than it already is with the asphalt plant. So stop it. They match. I mean, if you're trying to ruin the place, keep doing nothing about the problems. And you've wasted $40 million in my estimation in giveaways. You got the maintenance facility that you're spending $34 million on when you could have had the old fire station for $2 to $5 million. And you haven't done an investigation. You need to be investigated for criminal activities. Nigel, I want you to head up an investigation of bad staff reports that put that forward. And the buying of the whole property, ridiculous.
Thank you very much. Stacy?
Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go on.
Thank you. We need you to deny the Plymouth project. Their direction shows they are far from the needed 30% affordable housing to benefit our Kenmore most vulnerable and homeless residents. They prioritize supportive housing, requiring homeless facing drug addiction issues from surrounding cities when Kenmore needs are so high. Much like me, many had little idea how the Plymouth model low barrier housing affected neighborhoods, communities, until investigations and those that had witnessed or experienced came forward. Please review the other two offers, survey the public, then let's change to which RFP is the best fit. 50 years is a lifetime to lock into a program that will undoubtedly negatively affect our community. The emergency service alone will use up that 1.5 million give back in just months. The drugs will contaminate all who live there. Do you remember the group mostly from Lake City that were behind the Safeway, obstructing the area, openly doing drugs, blocking or running into streets, stealing, urinating, defecating, having open fires at night so close to catching the building or the mobile home community on fire? Do you want that? It was only because one friend was connected to Kenmore. They stayed there because our neighbors were so giving and enabling, but it made a huge mess. We need to ensure public safety. We need to keep Kenmore vulnerable, housed, but we do not need drug dens and we do not need supportive housing. We need affordable housing for our most vulnerable. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Eli Wren, followed by Shannon Kelly Ray, Suzanne Garland, Heidi Shepard, Sheila Walter, Jeff Stockamp. Eli, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
We can go on.
Hi. So my name is Eli Wren. I'm a Kenmore resident and Kenmore business owner. Let me start by saying that I support affordable housing and I support housing the homeless. I've worked professionally with people suffering from addiction, and I can tell you that people can't get clean when they're surrounded by drug use. Housing projects can be effective, but only when they have rules and social services integral to their operations. Despite what they might say, Plymouth Housing has none. This is not Mary's Place. Ditch Plymouth and find projects that actually work to help people. Plymouth is not affordable housing. It's an expensive government-run crack house. This is not the last opportunity for federal funding. Don't fall prey to the fallacy that we sunk cost. This is not the last opportunity for federal funding. You can do this. In the future, there will be more opportunities. I thought we were done with this, but apparently you didn't hear us on December 11th. Please represent the citizens of Kenmore, or we'll have a recall election and we'll elect council members that will. Thank you.
Shannon, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go on.
As a member of the City of Kenmore community through my work and my spending dollars and a resident of the City of Everett, I come to you today to voice my strong support for the Plymouth Housing Project, a symbol of hope and progress in this community. This initiative is not just about constructing a building, it's about building a more inclusive, compassionate Kenmore where every resident, regardless of their socioeconomic status, has a place to call home. This project is a critical response to the pressing need for affordable housing in our community. With the proposed plan of 100 rental apartments, this project targets those in the community with profound need. This is aligned with the city's commitment and responsibility of developing affordable housing along transit lines and a strategic move that enhances accessibility and connectivity for all residents. By focusing on seniors 55 and older, all of whom will have a documented disability, the project addresses a vulnerable demographic that is often overlooked in urban planning nationally. They would have more than a roof over their heads, but comprehensive support services. Furthermore, the establishment of a community engagement board creates a platform for ongoing dialogue and collaborative problem solving, ensuring that the project continues to align with the community's evolving needs. This level of engagement and transparency is vital in building trust and fostering a sense of shared responsibility among residents and the community. As members of the council, it is your duty and responsibility to care for the needs of the entire community, not just the privileged few who would have us descend into our own sequel of the Hunger Games. I would ask, where would these people go? If downtown is the Pride Lands, should we cast them out to the outlands with the hyenas and the lesser people?
Thank you. Suzanne Garland, can you hear us?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Hi. I can't believe we're back here again, guys. Like, Kenmore showed up on December 11th en masse and said no. And city council listened. We were so excited because you listened to us. We said no and you voted no, and we all went home and we were happy. So what happened? There is no way that everything we brought up has magically been resolved in a month, actually less than a month, probably 2 weeks, because we were all on vacation enjoying Christmas and New Year's. There's no way. None of this has been solved. It's the same proposal. There's a couple of things here and there, a proposed good neighbor agreement, but it's just proposed. You don't even have to agree to it before you vote. This is not enough. Kenmore has showed up. We don't want this Plymouth proposal. Chuck it out. I've also noticed listening to this that Plymouth keeps touting that they are successful because they keep people housed and 97% of the residents stay housed. That's great for Plymouth, but that just means if someone's problematic, you keep them housed. That doesn't help Kenmore. That's not good for Kenmore. That's great for Plymouth stats and bad for us. So I don't know why that stat is brought out as some great thing, because it really is no defense of putting Plymouth in our downtown when we have all said we do not want it. Stop this. Vote reject. The other thing is I haven't heard anything about this proposal that actually helps Kenmore. It doesn't help us economically. It doesn't even help Kenmore citizens because we're pulling in people from all over King County. We have no control over who we're bringing in. So we're taking in people who don't come from Kenmore, who can't work, and we're putting up 200 of them because everybody who lives there can have a partner, in case people didn't know. So it's 200 people in our downtown. There's just nothing that this adds to Kenmore. We already said no. Vote no. Reject. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Shepherd, can you hear us? Heidi, can you hear us?
Yes, I just received the unmute button. Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Herbrigg, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Heidi Shepherd, a resident of Shoreline, representing the North Urban Human Services Alliance, or NUSA, an organization that advocates for human services in the 5 North King County cities. I'm here tonight to support further discussion and education about the proposed Plymouth supportive housing project to be developed in Kenmore. As a Shoreline resident, I have seen the need for permanent supportive housing in my own neighborhood and have been encouraged to experience the inclusive community impact when housing for all neighbors is made available. My first experience with supportive housing was at Ronald Commons. Since its opening, I've participated in their annual garden as well as their yearly community celebrations. Each year, the residents join together with the greater Shoreline community to create an on-site garden which provides healthy vegetables for all the residents. I have seen the outcome of co-locating services with housing, thus meeting the needs of individuals at a lower level before they become more of a crisis. You have similar needs here in Kenmore. Before a vote is taken on the proposed project, it's important that the community can have further identification of concerns with the goal of working out solutions. The 2 town halls that are scheduled will allow for this important discussion so that the Kenmore community can come together to create the best housing options for all of its residents, particularly those on limited incomes. This project is an opportunity for Kenmore to grow by providing stability for all Kenmore residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheila Walter.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
My name is Sheila Walter, and I'm a 35-year resident of Kenmore. More accurately, I was a 10-year resident of unincorporated Bothell and now a 25-year resident of Kenmore. When the proposal to incorporate Kenmore was on the ballot in 1998, I voted against it. I had lived in very small cities before and wasn't eager to live in another. Also, as the old expression goes, there was no there in what is considered downtown Kenmore. What was the point of incorporating? I really didn't hold out much hope that Kenmore would become a cohesive community. Now, 36 years later, I'm happy to say I've been proven wrong. The hangar has provided us with a successful meeting place, popular splash pad, summer movies, and the farmers market. Our small branch of the King County Library welcomes and serves us all. Stoop Brewery has located here, and other breweries have found their niche just off the Burke-Gilman Trail. However, we still have a lot of work to do to attract more businesses to our downtown core. Tonight, I'd like to remind the council of the potential impacts the Plymouth Housing Project will have on downtown business and services. Plenty of people will talk about that the building is too tall and too large, and it doesn't serve the needs of tax-paying citizens of Kenmore. An earlier speaker this evening referred to Brandon Cooley's letter to the city council, which was also on the Kenmore Neighbors Facebook page yesterday. His letter was what prompted me to speak tonight, because he dealt with the real life perspective of what businesses will be dealing with should this project get built. He talked about how the presence of this project would affect his clients and his staff. Do we want to jeopardize the good things that are happening in our downtown right now? Will the presence of this project dissuade future businesses from setting up shop here? This project is risky in many ways.
Thank you. Next guests, Jeff Stockamp, Heidi Brond, Janet Ketchum, Lori Sperry, and our final virtual guest, Josh Krasinka. Oh, okay. Mr. Stockamp is willing to wait for his on-site comments. Heidi Brond. Heidi, can you hear us?
Hi, this is Heidi. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mayor Herbig and the council. My name is Heidi Braun. I'm a Kenmore resident since 1962. Went to Kenmore Elementary, Kenmore Junior High, Inglemoor, as well as my children. I'm also a member of the North Lake Lutheran Church, although I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not for my church. A few years ago, my church hosted a no-barrier homeless shelter called Camp Unity. I personally had concerns that it was a no-barrier camp, which essentially means no background checks. We were happy to have them there. After they moved in, though, I did drive around the city of Kenmore, and noticed that we had some new homeless residents not living at the camp, but seemed to be there because the camp was there. They were partaking in drugs in public, camped out in the vacant lot, didn't have respect for the city as there was garbage strewn about all over the other side of the street behind Safeway. They moved out after Camp Unity left and followed their friends, I suppose, to the next location. I understand they've all found houses and they are doing great now, or at least homes. We were later approached by a homeless encampment that had barriers. They performed background checks, and the difference between these camps were night and day. Camp United We Stand was respectful, helpful. Some of the campers had jobs. Some of the campers were very young and even had pets in their camp. We included them in gatherings, and we were fortunate to get to know each other. And the difference between the barrier and the no barrier was a huge difference. We do not have the resources here in Kenmore to build a no barrier apartment building. We just don't. Worst case scenario with the new Plymouth housing would be that our little city would be dealing with issues beyond our capacity. This is simply not the right project for our little city. If we want to help the mentally ill or addicted, maybe we could donate our hard-earned taxes and property to the UW or Evergreen and build a hospital here in Kenmore. We could have patient-centered care, clinical excellence, cutting-edge technology, patient education. We'd have doctors, nurses, and
Thank
security.
you.
Thank you for listening.
I do not see Janet Ketchum. Janet Ketchum is not in the virtual audience. Moving on to Lori Sperry. Mrs. Sperry, can you hear us?
I can.
Go ahead.
Lori Sperry, City of Kenmore. I was too at the December 11th meeting. I was thrilled when the council listened to the people and voted no. And I'm very sad that this has been resurrected. And I'm not going to repeat what I've said already, but I do want to provide some clarity around the messaging the city sent out. So in the email, when the city sent out the email for saying that this was coming back, the re-engagement or the engagement strategy, they said that the city would, or that there's a $4.2 million grant at risk if the city didn't decide to do this by the February. And I had 3 people ask me if that meant the city was going to lose $4.2 million. And that is not the case. And not only is that not the case, the city would be besides saving all of the costs of what we've heard here already, would not be paying out $3.2 million of city funds. They would not be giving Plymouth a $1.9 million piece of real estate, plus all of the unintended costs that we've heard about here tonight, about all the businesses leaving and all that. So that is really the purpose of my comments tonight, is just to clarify that. And I do feel that that was a bit of, well, I don't know quite what the word is. I just want to be respectful, and I just encourage you to think through the whole thing, to listen to the people. We do not consent to this. Hold up your oath of office and vote this thing down. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Kursinka, I'm looking for Josh Kursinka, and I do not see him in the audience. And I still do not see him in the audience. Mayor Herbig, that concludes our virtual speakers list.
Let's go back to the in-person folks.
Okay, we will now resume hearing from our on-site guests. The next group of people we'd like to hear from: Laura Hodge, Sean Kent, William Moran, Peter Carr, and Chris Gustafson.
Laura Hodge, Kenmore. Good evening, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. Please vote no on the proposed Plymouth Housing Project. This Plymouth Housing Project does not give back to the community. It takes away. You will have gangs coming here from North Seattle to establish their turf. Drug dealing and criminal operations will commence. As a result, residents will stop going to the library, stop going to Kenmore businesses and restaurants, stop visiting the town square, splash pad, hangar, stop visiting Log Boom and Twatties, stop using the Burt Gilman because they will feel unsafe. Businesses will suffer and then leave. Residents will move away. Tax revenue will be lost. In fact, this Plymouth project could be the very thing that ends up bankrupting Kenmore as a city, leaving Kenmore as a former shell of itself. Do you really want your legacy to be associated with destroying Kenmore? No barrier housing is a failure. It's extremely hard for addicts to rehabilitate themselves on their own when constant substance abuse and illicit activity are happening all around them. These addicts must have solid oversight and accountability and be required to undergo mandatory treatment plans in order to overcome addiction. These no barrier buildings are also modern day slum prisons that can become environmental hazards, as evidenced by what happened to a no barrier housing project in Everett that's displaced residents. Here's a better idea: expand Mary's Place. Mary's Place is a well-structured model that provides safe housing for families in need. Mary's Place is a great partner with the Kenmore community. It sits on a large parcel of land on loan from King County that could be transformed into an expanded Mary's Place complex. This expanded complex could include both transitional and permanent housing, along with a community clinic and job skills training center. An expanded Mary's Place complex would also help solve the need for low-income housing.
Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Dr. Peter Carr. I'm a chiropractor. That's Brown New in town. It's right over around the corner here. I live on Finn Hill. My son went to Inglemoor High School. I'm really happy to be here. I moved here from Seattle because it was a business-friendly environment, especially Janet Quinn. She was really helpful, and you guys as well were helpful in me starting my business here, so thank you for that. That said, I find it really perplexing that we bring on this idea that we need to be noble and take care of Seattle and King County's homeless problems and their lack of leadership. The dumping those people that need the help here on us is not a proportional response to what the size of Kenmore is or what our output could be. The solution for homelessness is clear. It's compassionate accountability. That means we need to be compassionate for those people. We also need to hold ourselves and them accountable. That means for the drugs and alcohol that can be associated with that. I think the people of Kenmore have been amazingly human in their response to these people, and we want to make sure that they get taken care of. But I think the proportionality of that should be the same as what we should expect from any other community. Therefore, I think that a 6-story building right on the front side of where all of our people that come to Kenmore are is not a great introduction to our space. I think we can manage our people better, and we can also manage the needs of those homeless people better as well. So I'm urging you not to vote no on this, but to modify the example so we can set something that's proportional, that's size of Kenmore, and something that the people of Kenmore can support and get their back behind. Thank you very much for your time.
Waiting on Sean Kent, Chris Gustafson, Claire Robeson, Glenn Rogers. William Moran, yes.
Well, I'm William Moran, and I'm a homeowner in the Up Lake area, and I have a business property also on Bothell Way. I have 30 years of law enforcement with Seattle PD, and as a supervisor, as a sergeant. And I'm telling you, I have been to every kind of homeless site, including the organized one that they're trying to put in here. Not one good thing will come. I have gone to every kind of crime possible. I'm talking homicide, rape, robbery, drugs. Every single kind of crime will happen if this comes. It doesn't do anything good for the community. And look at the people here. Look at the people that are upset. This is overwhelming, and half the people in the community don't even know about this. It needs to go to a vote for one thing. It would be voted down fast. And Mayor, you should be ashamed. You work for King County Housing Authority and you have a vote on this? That's shameful. You should not even be here talking about this. Okay? I don't even know if it's legal for you to take a vote on this. But if it comes to it where it passes, it'll probably go into some kind of legal action, I'll tell you that. Anyways, last time I was here, I said, okay, Plymouth Housing has security officer at the front gate. I mean, when you come in there, they're keeping track, and they have a security officer at Plymouth Housing to keep track of everything, and because of the security risk. Okay? I don't know one resident here or one business owner that has a security officer at the front door keeping track of who's coming and going and what kind of crime's happening. That's a gimme that there's gonna be a problem, okay? Look at the people here. Look at how upset we are. Why do we have to go through this? Tonight, I'm running out of time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Chris Gustafson. I'm a business owner here in Kenmore. I own 2 properties as well. This decision tonight should be to disapprove the development agreement. This should have happened on December 11th. The people have already spoken. This meeting tonight is disrespectful to all the people of Kenmore, and especially those who stayed here till 3 a.m. on the 11th to voice their opinion. I was one of them. King County's population is roughly 2.4 million people. Per Plymouth's website, in 2020, there was 3,355 individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. Let's round that up to 4,000 just because it's 2023, just to be conservative. Kenmore's population is 24,000 people. Proportionately, that means we should have to bear only 41% of King County's problem. Ask yourself, why are we trying to put in a building that's for 100 people? It makes no sense. The cost of this building, $37 million to help 100 people? It's asinine. $370,000 a person? Is this financially responsible? Just to solve the 4,000 people in King County, that's going to cost $1.5 billion at that rate. Does that make fiscal responsibility anywhere in the realm of, a yes vote here? No. Remember, this is also a 50-year commitment. You don't have the benefit of hindsight. There's no second bite at the apple, Mr. Herbig. If this passes and the people are correct and businesses vacate their properties due to concerns already expressed, you risk creating a 50-year ghost town, and every single one of you has that on your shoulders. There's 3 new people here. You haven't voted yet. The other ones have. I'm here to tell you that we don't want this. Everybody here is also on board. I just don't know what to say. It's asinine to me that this is even coming up for another vote in a month. I'm done.
Sean Kent. Do we have a Sean Kent here? Claire Robeson, Glenn Rogers? Go on.
Hello, my name is Claire Robson, and I wanted to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to try not to cry. As a member of the community that would benefit from the resources you are introducing today in Kenmore.
Ma'am, you need to address your comments towards us.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I have to say that many of the comments made here by the community are heartbreaking to the point of breathlessness. We are facing a homelessness crisis. People who struggle from long-term homelessness are people who are beloved by our community. They are veterans. They are the elderly. They are children. We are not unworthy. We are not your dirty laundry. And we are not an embarrassment. But addicts are our idols. The mentally ill are our inspiration. We create art and the community feeds off our genius. But the moment we ask for a sliver of the community's resources, we are so often met with protest that levels to a riot. We are not being imported from foreign areas. In fact, we've been here since we were children. We've been here been longer than some of you have.
Thank you. Glenn Rogers, Karen Lee, Jeff Stockamp, Brian Rice, John Hendrickson.
First of all, I'd like to welcome the new city council members. I haven't had the opportunity to come by and say hello. Welcome to City Hall, okay? Secondly, I'd like to also present the fact that you've heard the city. You've heard the citizens of this city. What are you going to do with that? You're going to go through at least 2 more iterations of getting together with this and this and this. Why spend the time and effort? Why not just reject this thing? Why not just get it out the door and move on? Finally, I'd like to say, make sure all of you on the council make your yeses yes and your no's no's. And once you've made your decision on certain projects, just like this, one after the other, we've been pushed into this stuff as citizens. And we've tired of being pushed. Why not come at it from the viewpoint of getting more people involved through the process? Yeah, you did 2 of those things in November, December. But here it is. We have a decision to be made on February 12th. What's today's date? 18th, 19th? And we're just getting the citizens out to talk about this. Why waste our time? Why waste your time? You got to do something about your process. The process is all wrong. Get the people into the projects, get the people talking about it through the whole thing, not just 2 weeks before you have to make your decision. Make your yeses yes and your no's no's.
Good evening, Mayor Herbig and members of the Kenmore City Council. My name is Karen Lee. I'm from Des Moines, and I'm also the CEO of Plymouth Housing. It's an honor to be here today. I urge you to pass option 1 or option 2 today. Just like every other city in King County, the incorporated areas and the unincorporated areas, you do have homeless individuals here. And you do have homeless individuals who have needs for supportive services that can thrive in the right environment. Homeless individuals have been painted and stereotyped in many ways, and that is the predominant version that we've heard today. But I offer to all of you that just because someone is unhoused, it does not mean that they're human, that they are less than human. It does not mean that they're a drug addict. It does not mean that they're a criminal. People that are unhoused become unhoused in a variety of ways. And mostly it's because that there's an imbalance in the number of people that need housing and the available housing supply. Being the poorest and most disenfranchised, these are the individuals that are left on the street. Housing First is a very, very effective way to keep people stably housed. And it's well proven and it can be researched. So on behalf of all the people that are unhoused in your community right now, in the winter, in the cold, with a disability, I urge you to pass options 1 or option 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Stockamp, Brian Rice, John Hendrickson.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stockamp. I'm a Kenmore resident for the last 15 years. I'm opposed to the project, but I think a lot of the points that I wanted to make have already been covered, so I'm going to change my message a little. I understand that you're doing this because you guys want to be regional leaders and set an example for other communities. But I'd like to offer that maybe you should think about being a leader and a regional leader in community engagement and transparency first. So this is a really complex project. There's lots of moving pieces, lots of moving parts, lots of different stakeholders, and it's really confusing for the community to keep up with this. I'll give you an example. In your agenda tonight, there's 3 different documents that say 3 different things about the 55+ recommendation or requirement, or primarily 55+. We don't know what you're actually considering. So I think a good way for you to clear up a lot of the confusion would be to have a town hall with all of the key stakeholders. The city council, the city staff, Plymouth, Mayor Herbig's employer, King County Regional Homeless Authority, Deborah Shrubnick's employer, Department of Commerce, Plymouth Housing, everybody that's involved. I think you on the council are even confused about what it is that you're considering and voting on. I think something like that would facilitate a lot of much clearer communication, and you guys could hear what the community is hearing from all the different sources. Right now, we kind of have to pick and choose who we listen to and who we trust. And sadly, at this point, we don't trust you. Thanks.
Thank you. B. Rice, kindly line up by the windows. If your name is called B. Rice, John Hendrickson, Maria Anderson, Dennis Sills, Jesse Simpson, Aiden Thornsberry, and Dylan Thornsberry.
Good evening, John Hendrickson, Kenmore, Washington. Giving over $40 million to Plymouth to build a building with no questions asked is irresponsible and unconscionable. Such a building should cost around 10 to 15 million if you look at recent construction in the area. This, with your other policies, is kind of a perfect storm that you put together here for a well-documented, failed, ideological group of policies. We've decriminalized drug use, so it's only a misdemeanor. You're bringing in an underfunded Plymouth project with no wraparound services that allows drug use, and you've adopted the community court with Shoreline this year. Now, even Seattle has abandoned the community court for its failure. It takes too long to engage the individuals. It says 2/3 of the defendants don't show up. It wasting prosecutors' time and court time. Recidivism rate is 52% compared to pre-filing diversion, which is 23%. So please stop deceiving the public about how expensive this affordable housing project is. It's not affordable, it's very expensive, including the true cost of wraparound services. I suggest that, I think you're going to go through with it, even though I don't think you care what these people say, move the project to the city hall property, relocate the skate park. If you have it here with the police, you'll cut down enormously on the drug use and the drug dealing that their friends like to come over and hang out, have a nice warm place to party. Maintain ownership of the land. And if you're not going to put it to a vote, I hope everyone will do a recall vote for Nigel on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Guess you can approach the podium. Sure, go on.
Hello, council members. My name is Dennis Sills. I'm a resident of Bothell, and I also do work for Plymouth Housing. But I'm here for two reasons. I really want to talk about compassion. This past week, we know it was freezing. I walked across my lawn, it was frozen. It cracked, in fact. And we also know that there are veterans. We know that there are seniors in our communities who are sleeping outside, who don't have a place to stay. Plymouth offers an evidence-based solution that will care for those individuals, help them become stable, and in some cases, help them regain employment. This is a wonderful solution for those who are experiencing homelessness, especially those outside. I also want to address being from Bothell. So being from Bothell, we are an ARCH city. ARCH is a regional coalition on housing. The purpose of ARCH is for all of the communities on the east side and the north end to come together and work for housing solutions. We make investments, we pay taxes for these opportunities, and other communities are doing their part. We just opened a building in Bellevue, which is very successful. We had a few council members to come visit that building. But I'm here because it's a proven solution, and other communities are willing to make that investment in Kenmore. I pay taxes for ARCH, and we want to make that investment here to help you help your own citizens receive that housing, especially during those freezing cold days or those burning hot days in summer. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Aiden Thornsberry. I am a resident of Kenmore, Washington, and I'm here to voice my full support for this project. This project will directly address the homelessness crisis our city and our region are facing. Over 100 formerly homeless lives will be improved thanks to this project. Everyone agrees that Seattle area needs shelters. Many people just do not want them near them. I disagree. I think it will bring vast benefits to and improve the lives of those struggling with homelessness and reduce the number of people struggling in our cities. Some have said in the middle of downtown is not in a good location, but no one would support a location that would be in the middle of a single family neighborhood. I think this is pretty much the best location it could go. I'm excited to add over 100 residents to downtown that will patronize local businesses and support the community. This is a solution to actually solve the problem, a regional problem. We should take it.
Hello, Dylan Thornsberry, resident of Kenmore, business owner. We are here today. We have a problem, a housing problem. That's why Kenmore made this a goal in 2021 to supply affordable housing and address that problem. It's a regional issue. It's not just Kenmore, it's not just Bothell, Tacoma, it's a regional issue, regional problem. Kenmore is in that region. So what do we have in front of us? When we have a problem, affordable housing, we want to address it. This would go to the people who need it most. So the people that actually were formerly homeless, or they were homeless at a point in time. So that's how you would address it. It's 100 actual real life units. It's right in front of us. I've heard of veterans, disabled, seniors 55 plus. I know a lot of time has been spent, money has been spent. I believe I heard $1 million in development costs, if I heard correctly. So yes, we have a problem. We have something to address it, a real life proposal. It's not made up, it's not fantasy. So I think we should fix our issue, kind of at the root cause for the people who need it most. So I think we should vote yes on this.
Still looking for Brian Rice, Maria Anderson, and Jesse Simpson.
Good evening, council members. I'm Jesse Simpson, Government Relations and Policy Manager for the Housing Development Consortium and Seattle resident. Here to speak in strong support of the proposal to bring 100 permanent supportive homes to Kenmore. It's one of the most meaningful steps you can take to confront housing instability and fulfill your commitment to affordable housing. Our region's high housing costs affect nearly everyone. People struggle to pay rent, know they'll never be able to afford a home, face unaffordable property taxes, or wonder why their kids can't afford to live anywhere nearby. But it's people making less than 30% AMI, that's $27,000 per year max for a single person, who bear the biggest brunt of the housing crisis. They can't find any housing on the private market that's affordable and are left sleeping on frozen streets or one bad event away from homelessness. Stable, permanent, and affordable housing with supportive services is the solution to this. Having an affordable place to call home is life-changing. It's the foundation on which people build their lives. It's the basis on which they can stabilize, get services, get connected to healthcare, addiction treatment, and job opportunities. Plymouth Housing creates that lasting stability for residents. They staff buildings 24/7 and work to serve their vulnerable residents as best they can. The issues of homelessness, mental health crises, and addiction don't go away if you just ignore them. We have to address these serious social issues head on by actually housing homeless people and meeting them where they are. And that's what this proposal does. I urge the Kenmore City Council to embrace evidence-based solutions, say yes to homes, and move forward with this development agreement. Please don't let this opportunity pass you up. The lives of over 100 people depend on your actions tonight. Thanks for your thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Final batch before the 9 p.m. break, Maria Hudson, Jane Lewis, Stephanie Burrell, and Joel Nanke. Again, Maria Hudson, Jane Lewis, Stephanie Burrell, and Joel Nanke. Don't be shy, go on.
Hello, my name is Jane Lewis. I'm a Kenmore resident. My question is, how does the Plymouth Housing Project benefit Kenmore's 23,000 residents? Kenmore is a compassionate community. I think everybody here, no matter which side you're on, you're compassionate for the homeless. But the issue here is not compassion. It's what's the best way for this city to support the homeless, to make this, to be able to help them. And there's a lot of other opportunities to do that. And we already are in Kenmore doing that. We do have the Mary's House. Mary's Place. We do have food banks in different churches around. And there's talk, I think it's pretty clear that they're going to be building a structure behind Kenmore Safeway with a home link in it. At least I've heard that. So I think we're moving in that direction. I think we need to really think about something that's going to benefit the city as well as the homeless people in our community and in the greater Seattle community. So that's my thought. It doesn't need to be divisive. If we can work together and come up with something that works because there are other programs that will work for the homeless community and for our community in Kenmore. Thank you.
Stephanie, Kenmore resident of 18 years. Over the last month or so, since I became aware of this project, I've put in considerable time and effort to research the pros and cons. I've driven around to various Plymouth housing properties, read up on the Housing First model, and talked to as many family, friends, neighbors, basically anyone I knew who lived in Kenmore. I estimate I talked to over 100 Kenmore residents. I didn't talk to one that supported this project. No one I spoke with said that they hated the homeless, that they didn't think they deserved housing. and there was no fear mongering. These conversations were based on facts and common sense, which is that this project doesn't fit in Kenmore. There are other ways that we can help on a smaller scale outside our core downtown and with much more barriers and a better track record than Plymouth Housing. None of their other properties can compare to our city and the proposed site. No other Plymouth site is within a block of our city's main gathering place and splash pad. Those cities didn't put it there for a reason. If even the vast majority of Plymouth residents are model citizens, even if a few residents or their guests cause problems within such close proximity to our main gathering area, it has a much greater impact than a larger city like Seattle or Bellevue. We will all be impacted by this. Businesses will leave, their families will experience financial hardship, and we will lose our growing city. I've driven by the Bellevue site and there are not any residences, businesses, or city gathering areas anywhere near there, so it doesn't compare at all. I've also driven by the Seattle Capitol Hill Cherry location, and I've seen several people on the sidewalks exchanging what appear to be drugs, as well as 4 police cars in the span of a couple minutes. Kenmore does not have the services to support this, and it's not even in the best interest of the residents to put them here and expect them to take the bus to get services that they need and deserve. Please vote no.
Hi, my name's Joe Nance. I'm the owner of Lake Washington Physical Therapy, co-located next to Stoop. I'm a business owner here in Kenmore and a resident of Kirkland. I am been a father to 23 foster children. I mentioned last time, I've seen the absolute just sadness and destruction that comes from being homeless and having substance abuse issues and having financial hardship. I've also sadly had a father who was a disabled veteran who was one bad decision or choice away from being in a Plymouth Housing type complex. So I don't think there's an issue with compassion or being bigoted or judgmental. The main thing is how do we support the businesses that are co-located next to the Plymouth Housing Project? Brandon Cooley mentioned he would strongly consider leaving. Perception and safety around a business is absolutely paramount to the business's welfare and to how it does. It's not a matter of being a NIMBY. It's not a matter of protecting our wealth and being privileged. When people come for healthcare, they want to feel safe. They're vulnerable as it is coming into a healthcare facility. They want to feel safe and they want to be able to get to their car safely. It's going to be 100 extra folks, maybe 200, who knows? And the parking, 10 parking spots, we have parking issues as it is. I don't know how it's going to work. It's going to be, where are these folks going to go to hang out when they're not in their apartment? I mean, it's a sad reality, but where are they going to go to hang out and exist in the community?
Mayor Herbig. Mayor Herbig, excuse me. Thank you. Mayor Herbig, would you like to take one more comment or take a break?
Let's take one more comment and then we'll take a 5-minute break.
Chris O. Do we have Chris Olson?
Good evening, council. Chris Olson, resident of Kenmore, lived here about 2.5 years. In short, I am in support of this project. The few modifications that I would propose are details that are not relevant to tonight's vote. I've heard a few things tonight that have to do with numbers, and I think numbers are something that I can look into. One was the cost of this project, that similar comparable projects are cheaper, and they are when they are not for the homeless, when you do not have wraparound services or other costs associated with a project. My guess on the cost of this building itself is about $22.5 million just based off of comparable costs of construction for a 6-story building in the area from the last few years. You add into that the cost of the employees who will be here 24/7, and that quickly adds to the cost. I think I got to a number that was around 35.5 million, and I'm sure I'm missing things. So at 40 million or so, that seems about right. These things are expensive. We need to build more housing. If we don't build housing here, where are we going to build it? Because the other locations that I've seen also don't provide enough housing. This is one piece of the problem. And I do think there are urban form issues that need to be addressed, but those things don't have to do with the building itself. They have a lot more to do with the form around the building. I'd have a lot I could say, frankly. In the end, I'm in support of this. I trust each of you will take everything you've heard from both sides tonight and make the right decision, whatever that may be. But long story short, thank you. I'm in support of this.
All right, the Kenmore City Council will stand, so what I'm looking for. We'll stand, we will have a 5-minute recess. We'll be back at 9:06. Kenmore City Council and council chambers will return to order. We will continue our public hearing, our public comment. Again, we still have a decent number of people to make it through, so I would ask that folks limit their applause, as it does make it harder for the clerk to call in the next people. So we're trying to get through this as expediently as possible and make sure that everybody has their opportunity. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We'd like to hear from Brent Smith, Landon B., Diane S., Melissa Gustafson.
Good evening, council. Good evening, city manager and mayor. My wife and I moved here 36 years ago, and we've watched the city grow from 10 years of unincorporated Kenmore into finally having control over our own destiny. Most of you, I got the pleasure to serve with you when I was on the council and did motorcycle riding with you, shot pool with you, drank beer with you, drank coffee with you. I like you. We may not always agree on politics, but I consider you all to be friends. And for me to come up here and to speak against this project is not easy. And it hasn't been easy to post things that I've posted, but I've done it because I really believe this is going to take our city in the wrong direction. And I believe it's going to add divisiveness to our city that we really don't need. I hear people talk about HB 1220 and what our community obligation is. And I think that's a legitimate point to bring up, that we do have an obligation. I think we would have an obligation whether the state required it or not. But what HB 1220 doesn't require is, it doesn't require us to spend 5.2 million of our own dollars in land and ARPA funds. It doesn't require us to deviate from our code to have 100 units on this property. It doesn't require us to build in the middle within a block of our main downtown area. And it doesn't require us to have 9-10 parking spaces on a 100-unit project. And so I guess what I'd like to ask more than anything else is realize that this decision you're making really is one of those rare times when you can create division and enhance it in our community, or you can start from scratch and work with us to create a better project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Landon Briggs, resident of Kenmore. The fact that the majority of people speaking in favor of this project that aren't residents, it's pretty irresponsible, frankly. So gonna break this into two parts. First part, personal, second part, objective. Personally, I lived through this in Seattle. My wife and I lived near one of these projects in Seattle, and we watched the neighborhood degrade around us. It was frankly terrifying for my wife to go to the grocery store. And I don't know if any of you have had a spouse that it doesn't feel comfortable leaving your house. It sucks. It's really terrible. The neighborhood is just not the same after this type of a project. Police stopped patrolling on their own. They had to go with pairs. It got so bad. There were needles everywhere. It was pretty disastrous. All right, objectively. So taking a step back here, I think the city attorney mentioned that we have to have an appearance of fairness. Objectively, the council doesn't appear to be listening to the residents. So this is the second time this has happened. Pretty overwhelming opposition of this. I don't understand why the council isn't hearing that. So you're all intelligent people. There must be some other motivator that we don't understand. Okay, so sunk cost fallacy, pretty apparent right now as well. Appearance of fairness, not happening. This is a procedural meeting, so frankly, I'm speculating. What we say doesn't really have an impact on what you're gonna do. The project it costs over $300,000 per person housed, 4x the normal construction cost. And if you look at the long-term viability of Plymouth, in 2022, they had a net loss of 13 million. Kind of crazy. The chief executive is here with us. Salary is about 250,000 a year. And community specialist, one of their roles, pays 23 an hour. So that individual working for Plymouth actually could almost live inside of one of these locations. Nigel, you said all neighbors need to be safe and they deserve that. Vote no.
Thank you.
Council. I'm Diane Spencer. And somebody said they wanted to go to Plymouth and they wouldn't call them back. Well, I did. So I thought the city and the council might want to hear that. When I went to one of the Plymouth housing, we catered and brought them lunch with my team. We showed up and we were told not to walk or park far away, and we had Ubers take us for our safety. When we met with one of the leaders who came to the facility to talk to us, they told us that Kenmore was one of the only cities that was friendly to them, and most people didn't want them in their neighborhood. They also said that they had lots of services they offered their people. However, the majority of the people choose not to use them, and most of them wouldn't be eating the lunch for 100+ that we brought, because they were going to be either out in the city or up in their rooms struggling with their addiction problems. Most of the land, they told us, they received was from Community Transit. When it was over 10 years held by Sound Transit, they would then have the right to take it from them. They had, as everybody has mentioned here, no parameters on their homeless people and who they would, and it would be there for the rest of their lives. I have a homeless sister. I have an addicted sister to drugs, and I believe in homelessness. And I remember leaving thinking what a wonderful person it was I talked to and how her heart was really in the right place, but how misguided it is to enable people. And I, like everybody else here, believes that we should really help our homeless people and help them, but enabling is a totally different thing. Thank you.
Melissa Gustafson, followed by our final group of guests for the evening, Teresa Dunning, Vanessa Reed, Courtney Gebhardt, and Carol Castellani.
Melissa Gustafson, Kenmore resident. I'm echoing a lot of what other people have said, but I believe the city council should hear from everyone since this project was not put up for a vote by the citizens of Kenmore. I've read through the other two proposals that were given to the city council in March of 2022. And the biggest differences are the size of the building and the people that will be housed there. My daughter goes to Kenmore Elementary, which is a Title I school, so I know there's a need for affordable housing in our community, but Plymouth housing is not the right choice. I believe the other proposals that would have been for housing families would benefit our community greatly. The opponents of Plymouth project are not against helping the homeless, and I hate that we're called uncompassionate for not wanting no barrier housing. We just know that bringing in 100 individuals with a no barrier entry and no incentive to get sober will have a lasting negative impact on our small community. Please listen to the voices of the people and vote to disapprove this development agreement with Plymouth Housing. Start over with the proposal that will help the many low-income families and seniors already in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing me, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm Teresa Dunning. I'm a longtime resident, all the way back to probably 1987. I've been here for a very long time, and I've been in front of you most recently the last few weeks. I don't want to come back. I don't want you to have to hear me. I am pleading with you. This is the wrong solution for our little town. 100 units. I've heard anywhere from 100 to 200 people occupy them. I don't care. 100 is too many. Putting it in the middle of the city square is the wrong place. We go there. You created with us a place for our families and our children to go and play. It is the most rewarding thing to go to Stoops, sit outside and watch those little kids run through the splash pad and have the time of their life. It is great to go to the movies. It is not great to not know what will happen over 50 years with a building of 100 to how many others. As a mother who has raised her two sons, who has also had to go through some own hardships with addiction within her family, no barrier allowing people to do drugs in a facility is not a solution. It is enablement. I know this personally. I thought I'd never disclose it here, but I'm feeling like this is the last time I want to be here. You are on the wrong path. Vote no.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Reed. I'm a resident of Kenmore and have been since 2011. So I don't typically talk. I haven't sent you guys a letter, haven't been up here. I get really nervous and I'm a huge introvert, but everybody is saying what I would like to say as well. So I don't think a lot of it's worth repeating. But I do want to point out that a lot of the folks that I am sitting here listening to tonight supporting this project are not primarily Kenmore residents. They are residents of Lake Forest Park, Seattle, Everett. I've heard Plymouth employees stand up here, including the CEO herself. These people are not going to be the people that are paying for this project like the residents of Kenmore will. I still don't know that we know who is going to be living in these apartments. I've heard the word primarily used, primarily 55 plus and disabled. The CEO got up here and tried once again using our own residents as who we are housing. But again, as we know it now, it's not just Kenmore residents. These are going to be individuals from all across King County. I've heard supporters for veterans. I am also a supporter for veterans. That has not been used again this evening. I've heard a lot about statistics on numbers for crime that were presented both at the December 11th meeting as well as this evening, talking about some of the Plymouth locations. I don't know, have you guys followed up with the Plymouth facilities to understand what that means for our community? Overall, I worry about my kids. I worry about the kids of this community, the businesses in this community. I'd rather find a different type of solution for Kenmore. But I hope that you vote no. Our family is against this project.
Thank you.
I'm Courtney Gebhardt, Kenmore resident and small business owner, have 4 kids in the neighborhood. I want to hit 5 points. I'll try to be fast. Government. I think we've lost a lot of trust in government because we watched this drug crisis flourish and very little done about it. These drugs are rampant in our high schools, rampant in our college campuses, and there's this attitude of drug tolerance under the guise of harm reduction, but it's actually, we're watching it just destroy our community, destroy families, destroy youth. Why not focus on that? Why not focus on preventing addiction, preventing people falling in with these substances? So lost government and the willingness to even do anything about the root cause of these issues. Meanwhile, who benefits from this horrific crisis? Many layers of government and nonprofits who feed on it. You can see who supports it, people who are paid by this crisis. Meanwhile, who are the taxpayers that are being asked to take responsibility for it? We're parents working long, difficult hours. I worked an 11-hour day today. I have 4 kids at home that I keep leaving at home alone all through the pandemic, trying to save my business. We've lost $40,000 in theft this year. Our little construction business. Yesterday, my husband's window was smashed. Our checkbooks were grabbed. I spent the day at Chase getting our accounts switched over. And they were talking about how they're nervous about what these residents will be like managing them walking into the bank. They were robbed the other day, actually. Someone was knifed at Safeway the other day. Meanwhile, demographics, who do we want to help? Who do you hear us wanting to help? We want to help the families. We want to help the elderly in our neighborhood who are at risk of losing housing. Why not provide them with vouchers using this money? We have a lot of inclusive housing, very unusual in this region. We have mobile home parks, manufactured home development, affordable apartments. We raise our kids well together. Why are we not supporting the families already here who are at risk of housing instability? Instead, we're throwing up housing for 100 disconnected individuals who, because of the low barrier, are likely addicted. Why not support Mary's Place? Why not use policies that bring the price of housing down, such as supporting trades learning and carpenters?
Here we are again. Hi, City Council. My name is Carol Castellani. I'm a Kenmore resident. I'm also a retired Seattle police officer. I spent 36 years working the streets. Most of my duty was spent with community outreach as well as law enforcement, okay? My last presentation for the new members of our council, I spent time as a detective for the DEA, working on drugs, the ATF, working on firearms. When we look at the section, the tenants that Plymouth Housing is going to lease to, the tenants are, when they say wet or dry housing, there's no distinction. That's word salad. These tenants are going to be let through the door. It is not enforceable when you try to convince us that this is dry housing. It's not enforceable when you tell us that there is a good neighbor agreement. It's the same thing as a memorandum of understanding or any other number of acronyms you like to say on a piece of paper that is unenforceable. Those things don't work. Those things don't work. And when you jam these options down our throats after the community opposition to this model of homeless housing, we are not heard. You're not hearing us, or you're not including us in the steps that you're taking for these revisions. The drug problem in Plymouth housing is rampant. Who sells drugs? I'll tell you again, gangs sell drugs, gangs carry guns. Gangs are up on 145th and Aurora, and they're looking for new turf. They're looking for new territory to sell. These tenants can't go to Safeway to buy their drugs. They're going to be drawing the criminal element into Kenmore.
Thank you. Excuse me.
Order.
Excuse me.
Clerk.
Mayor, that concludes our guest speaker list.
All right, thank you very much. So, just going to the agenda really quickly. Next on the agenda, we do have a presentation on the Plymouth Affordable Housing Project. Proposed engagement and timeline presented by Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash, Housing and Human Services Manager Tammy Cork, and Plymouth staff for discussion and direction. I'm hoping that we can hear from folks about some of the concerns that were brought up from the community. Trying to think through some of the ones specifically. I mean, we can talk about the proposed changes that are in there and how that reacts to some of the feedback we've heard from folks. And I'd like to hear more about the proposed community good neighbor agreement and community, I can't remember what it's called right now, the community engagement committee and other things. So thank you.
Your Honor, if we can begin, thank you. I'm Rob Carlinzi, City Manager for the City of Kenmore. Thanks for this opportunity to bring this back with proposed modifications. We're going to talk about the options before you tonight and the public input process that would go with a couple of those processes or those choices. I mean, I'd first like to start the slide deck. If we can pull that up. And Mayor, as you mentioned, we heard a lot from the public, not only tonight, but in many emails and over the last few months. So the desire here is to respond to a lot of the concerns we've heard, answer a lot of questions, and then have you make a decision on which path to take. So we go to the next slide. We've heard this said already quite a few times, but the affordable housing is the City Council's #1 goal, and it's outlined in our housing strategy plan and other areas. And it's been the city council's top priority. It's either in the 1 or 2 spot for several years now. And as of 2024, it's back in the 1 spot. It's also, this particular development proposal is also mentioned in our diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility 5-year roadmap in both section 7.3.3 and .2. So with that, I'd like to turn the time over to Stephanie Lukash, our Deputy City Manager.
Thank you so much. So the council's direction to staff over the last several years as affordable housing's been its number 1 or number 2 priority was 2 things. One were policies, so create affordable housing policies. And then the other was build affordable units on the ground. And so we're here to talk about the second one. And that's how we got to this place.
So procedurally, to help answer the question why we're here, Mayor Herbig, you mentioned this before, but just as a reminder, as part of the Kenmore Municipal Code, Section 18-100, it's a requirement for development agreements to be passed or denied or approved with modifications via an ordinance. So it's not unlike a building permit application that would come in for review and have corrections and then be resubmitted. So the application before us, the development agreement, is still active and pending. And these are the 3 choices or options that I will discuss in greater detail.
One of the things that we've heard from the community is that this is the first time some people are hearing about this. And we think it's really important to show the community and to remind the council, this is actually the 20th time that this item has been before the Kenmore City Council for discussion. And here are all of the lists of all of the meetings that have had this topic mentioned, going all the way back to October of 2021.
Ma'am, you're out of order.
The other piece of the communication and engagement strategy that we've had, there are a lot of other ways that we've communicated this work, this ongoing work to the public and to our larger community. And so we've had press releases, newsletters, including a full-page article on the project in the summer of 2022. And then our top 4, we have Kenmore Top 4 and e-news. There have been community engagement meetings, social media posts, 3 different mailings that went to every household, and then regional news coverage.
The audience will not talk back to the panelists. This is their presentation to the council. Thank you.
So we want our community to know that we want to reach you. And these are all the ways that we've done that over the last 2 years. And we are listening. And I think it's really important because I think some of our community members may feel like we're not listening, but we are. And staff is here to carry out the council's direction on its number 1 priority. And this project is a really important project. So we've heard a lot of things over the last, especially month or so, in the 2 public hearings that happened at the end of last year. And we want the community to know that here are all the themes we've heard. So there are a lot of things here, and we just want you to know we care very much about the community's input. We care about your questions. And as staff, we've worked really hard with Plymouth to respond to those questions. And we've had lots of updates on our website, and we have a new FAQs, frequently asked questions document that we worked really hard on and updated. And that's available tonight in person. You can get a copy of it. It's 12 pages, or you can also use the QR code and get access to it. And we want everyone to read it and get your questions answered because we're here to hear from you, and we care very much about your thoughts, and we value your input. And that's why we're continuing to work on this really important project on behalf of the council, because this is for the community, and the frequently asked questions address all of the themes and topics that you see on the screen.
In thinking through the list that Stephanie had on the previous slide and the council's
Microphone, please.
Can you hear me? And council's direction to us, as well as what we have heard from the community. Staff are returning with some potential modifications based on that feedback. And I think before I go into those modifications, it's very important to note what is not available for modification. So the funding for this site, for this building that Plymouth has, is tied to that specific location, and it is for 100 units of housing. It's also Plymouth's funding, so they would be the developer of the property. And finally, the height of the building is already within code. That is not a deviation that is being requested. But there are some other things that we have heard that we wanted to bring your attention to. They are restricting the residency to seniors. And I'm going to go through all of these in greater detail in a minute. Some modifications maybe to the ground floor commercial space tenant, requiring a community engagement board and or requiring a good neighbor agreement. This is not a package. These are separate items. And so I'm going to go through them now separately. The senior 55 plus residency restrictions, and I want to be very frank about implications for all of these as well. The reason we are able to do this is because the city has committed a donation of $3.2 million. So the city is also a funder. So just like all of the other funders are able to place some eligibility restrictions on this housing, the city can as well. And the senior tenancy is not in conflict with any of the other funding sources. So this is something that we could do as part of that capital contract. I want to be very clear about the implications though, as always. Right now, Plymouth is committed to using local referral partners. So places like Mary's Place or Hope Link or the North Shore Senior Center to really focus the residents of this building as folks from the North Shore community. If this is restricted to 55 plus and to ensure that the leasing up timeframe is met, it's just less likely that they would be able to pull just from those sources. It would have a larger regional pull than a building that's not restricted in that way. Also, as we all age, we all have more medical needs for more medical services, more health-related emergency calls, and that's true and maybe even more so of this population. So I just want to be really frank about what the implications are. This building, if restricted to elders, would require more emergency services and healthcare services than if it were not. And again, and then finally, I just want to reiterate with that last bullet point that this would be a restriction that's incorporated into the city's capital funding agreement. This isn't something, and so that the public is aware, this isn't something that the council can do for any development, that we can just decide, oh, we're only housing seniors in this part of the city, or we're only housing this type of person in this part of the city. It's because we're a funder that we are able to place demographic restrictions of this nature on a building like this. Another potential opportunity for the council is related to the ground floor commercial space. And I put the current language of the proposed development agreement in that slide. This is from, there are many uses that are already prohibited by city code based on it being a downtown commercial zone. Some of those are listed there. The city council has the ability to add additional restrictions to this if they should decide that a greater public benefit would be provided by a specific type of tenant. Currently, Plymouth is in initial talks to have a healthcare provider in that ground floor commercial space. The city council could put healthcare provider on that list of restricted uses. However, the development agreement follows the building forever, so that you couldn't change your mind later. If, for example, Bastille came back to the table at some point, we couldn't amend it in the future to say, oh, we changed our minds. It would be any of these restrictions are for the lifetime of the property. The Good Neighbor Agreement and the Community Engagement Board, there's an example of some language in Exhibit 3. I borrow this very liberally from our Northeast neighbors, especially the city of Redmond, so thanks to their staff. That's just an example of some of the topics that could be included, such as operational agreements, minimum performance expectations of the building operator, program rules or code of conduct, safety and security plan, community relations plan, a parking management plan. These are all things that you can require staff to work on and include, work on with our partners. Of course, it requires staff resources and partner involvement. I don't see any other potential implications of taking on that work. Same thing with the Community Engagement Board. I put in some examples of maybe who would be involved in such a board in the agenda packet. It would require staff resources, but is overall a good idea, and we should do that. In my opinion would be, my recommendation would be that these two are just great ideas overall.
So this is a timeline of the project, and it goes back to the fourth quarter of 2021 and goes all the way till here we are in the first quarter of 2024. And I won't go through this all, but I just think it's really important information for all of the council to be reminded of how far we've come and how much we've done, and also for the public to review all of the work that's happened. And it's been a lot of work over a long period of time and a mountain of funding that we climbed and accomplished, which is a very hard thing to do. And there were 60 applications for funding in the State Housing Trust Fund round, and only a handful were funded. It's super competitive and very difficult to do. So I think it's really important to just remember that we started this journey way back in 2021 with the proving that of that location and the dedication of that funding. And then that led to the Arch Trust Fund commitment, and then the RFP, and then the funding rounds, and then the permit submission in the third quarter of last year. So there's a lot that that has been done and that would to come depending on what the council decides to do tonight. So with that, so the project is fully funded, and what we wanted to do now is to turn this over to our partners at both the Regional Coalition for Housing. I believe we have Elsa Kings on the line, and also our partners from Plymouth, Karen Peterson and Elizabeth Murphy, to talk a little bit more about the funding and also why does council need to make a decision by February 12th.
Thank you, Stephanie. Elizabeth Murphy from Plymouth Housing here. Thank you again for inviting us back to speak on this project and to hear from the community tonight. I won't go into detail on this slide because we all saw it, I think, on December 11th. But I want to point out that there are many pieces of this puzzle in order to make this project work. Each of these funding sources comes with restrictions in regards to delivery and timeline in order to access this funding. We do need a decision by February 12th in order to leverage the National Housing Trust Fund money that is coming from the HUD department, which is a national department, in order to leverage the $4.2 million that we were allocated almost a year ago. Every piece of funding is essential. So even though there are smaller slices of the pie, they're all equally as important to make this project work. I will now turn it over to Elsa Kings from Arch.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me and allowing me to speak tonight. So yes, as Elizabeth mentioned, the purpose of this chart is to show the different sources that are proposed for to fund this project. As you know, securing investments for affordable housing takes significant efforts and collaboration. Arch, in collaboration with King County and the state, selected this project for funding because of the deeply affordable housing model and its alignment with funders' priorities. All of these sources align closely with the permanent supportive housing model that Plymouth is proposing. As funders, we understand that affordable housing is a top priority for the city of Kenmore, and we seek to align our funding to meet those local priorities. Our understanding of the Plymouth model and Plymouth's experience gave us the comfort to invest in this project, and during a very competitive funding round and in a very competitive funding environment with many worthy projects. As a reminder, our investment has been approved by all of our member cities, including Kenmore. Arch remains committed to this project and its proposed program. Some of the commitments, as Elizabeth mentioned, do have that expiration date, as is the case for the National Housing Trust Fund, which, as you see here, is not an insignificant portion of the funding. Arch has supported projects that have been delayed, sometimes for years, due to community concerns. Through community engagement and coordination with developers and providers and cities and their respective communities, these projects have been successful and have been able to work through community concerns. Plymouth has the expertise in navigating community engagement and can continue to move this project forward despite the timing restrictions. Next slide, please.
All right, so next I want to talk about the proposed community engagement plan if the council chooses option 1 or 2 tonight, which would then direct the staff to do some community engagement and get more input from our community and have some conversations, which we would very much look forward to. So on the plan, so Monday night of this next week is a regular council meeting and there would be a public comment available as any council meeting. And then we're proposing 2 town halls. So one would be Thursday, January 25th from 5:30 to 7:30. And then the second would be Monday, January 29th from 7 to 9 p.m. And we picked 2 different times because we know that for certain people with, different commitments in the evenings, having an earlier time and then a later time might help allow for more participation from our community. And the plan for the town halls, we're working through the details of exactly what those would look like, but we would love to workshop some ideas, especially around some of the items that Tammy mentioned, the Community Engagement Board and the Good Neighbor Agreement. And we would love to workshop some of those concepts with our community and get input and make sure people's questions are answered and they're engaged in the work that we're wanting to do, as well as that ground floor space. We could workshop that as well and share information, answer questions. So those would be those 2 dates. And then we would come back on the 5th of February for a special study session where we would come back and share with the council what we learned in the town halls and the engagement, some data that we would bring back, and then share that with you and have additional public comment from our community. And then on Wednesday, the 7th, we would have another public hearing. And then finally on Monday, the 12th of February at the council meeting would be where an item would be brought back, an ordinance, depending on which choice the council made.
And if I could just jump in, anytime on that schedule where you see this topic brought up, it would be the only thing on the agenda for that evening.
Okay, so there are 3 potential motions, and I know Samantha reviewed those earlier, but I'll go over them again just so everyone's clear on what they are. So the first option is no to modification. So this is directing staff to implement the public engagement schedule that I just showed you and bring an ordinance back under the proposed development agreement that you saw back in December. The second option, option 2, is to modify development agreement. And so direct staff to do that same community engagement and then public outreach, and then bring back an ordinance with a modified development agreement. And Tammy reviewed some of the options for modifications, and we would talk more about those and then bring that back for your consideration and an ordinance for adoption at the meeting on February 12th. Or option 3 is you can deny the development agreement and then direct staff to bring an ordinance to deny the development agreement. And that could be at the January 22nd regular meeting potentially, or a future meeting. And so, before we move into council discussion, I just think it's really, there's a few things we wanted to share. And primarily, when council has a top priority and council directs staff to work on a top priority, we take that very, very seriously. And we work really diligently on your behalf and our community's behalf to carry out that work. And really, we're very proud of the work that we've done on this effort since 2021 on your behalf to pursue the property and the funding and an RFP process to select a partner. And I just want to say that Plymouth has been a wonderful partner. They've been terrific to work with. They have been supportive. They have worked with us, climbed that funding mountain, lobbied with us in Olympia, and worked diligently. And so I think it's really an important thing to acknowledge the work. And they have invested $1.2 million to get to this point, which is not a small thing. In good faith, on the direction of the council and the city, they have worked really hard and invested to get those designs and all that work delivered. We've also, as I mentioned, we are listening. We care very much about the community and what the community has to say. And we're here to continue the conversation if that's what the council directs us to do. And we would look forward to that. And we would be just as ambitious and excited as we've been to work on this project to this date. We would continue to be just as excited because we think this is really important. And when the council has a top priority, we do everything we can to deliver that for you. So thank you very much. I think we can begin a conversation, discussion.
All right, questions for staff and Plymouth. Councilor Marshall.
Yes, I'm sure I must have missed it, but I'm familiar with definition of seniors as 65 and older. Where is the 55 standard? Thank you.
So I think we decided on 55 plus because that is what we've seen in other buildings as kind of a senior in this arena. But I think the main thing to remember here is the people who have experienced homelessness physically are a lot older than their actual age because of what they have experienced living outside. So what we have seen is people coming into our buildings who are 55, who have the body of a 70-year-old because of facing the elements and because of the hardships that come from experiencing homelessness. So we feel that 55 plus is an appropriate age for this building to be considered senior.
Councilmember Lutz.
Mr. Mayor, really quickly, do you want to, I have a handful of questions to go question by question down the line or just ask them?
Why don't you just go through your questions?
Okay. Number one, Ms. Cork, could you please list, you listed a number of potential agreements to mitigate some of the concerns that residents had earlier. That wasn't written anywhere. Is there any way that you could list that again or type that up and send that to us and just say that one more time because I only heard about half of it. I apologize.
Thank you, Councilmember Lutz. If you look at your council packet, it should be included as Exhibit 3.
Okay.
And so for anyone in the community who is looking for that, that's available on the city website. But I would, for the benefit of the audience, I would also be happy to read them out again. Good neighbor agreements can include things like an operational agreement. It can include things like minimum performance expectations of the building operator, program rules and or code of conduct, the safety and security plan, a community relations plan, a parking management plan. And again, I benefited greatly from the work of our neighboring cities and we could certainly bring back even more research if this is something that council would like us to explore.
Thank you. Now a follow-up question to that is how much power does a good neighbor agreement have?
So I think, I mean, that's what we would determine with, especially the operational agreement. So, right, what are the contractual remedies? We would write into the agreement, what are the contractual remedies that we would have available for the city to have in place?
So if I'm hearing that correctly, it would be some sort of contract that could be enforced. A similar question I had is how much power does a community engagement board have?
So again, with these are ideas that we would flesh out with your direction and with community inputs. That would be up to your decision in some ways. We would bring that back to you. It could be just advisory. It could have some kind of additional role that if you were to give us direction to come back with more information on these things, we could really flesh out many of the details related to what they would actually look like.
If I may jump in, Tambi, I had experience with a similar community advisory board for a past project. And I met with, just for example, I met with this board monthly for the 2 years that the building was under construction, during which time we came up with similar standards that you would be considering in this good neighbor agreement. It was folks that lived very close to the building and had a lot of input in what they wanted to see in this building. So I think there are things we can't change due to the funding, but I have personally seen relationships grow with surrounding neighbors. I have built friendships with people who were on the other side of this issue at the beginning, but we've come to a common ground. So that's what but of course it would be up to the council to decide what the function of that board would be.
So it's not just a participatory board, but it's something where they could have some level of power when it comes to addressing issues and needs.
Again, that is up to the council.
I was also wondering if Elsa Kings from Regional Coalition for Housing might have additional thoughts on good neighbor agreements. Are you there with us, Elsa?
Hi there, yes. We have, and again, as funders, we have had several investments in funder agreements, and I think similar to what the staff has been proposing, the various agreements vary in the level of commitment or what could the contractual requirements of the agreements. And so I think we would be in cooperation with staff and cooperation with Plymouth could propose and flesh out some of the details based on what council would want to see and what the community would like for to be addressed in the agreements, as well as what would the facts or the priorities that would like to be included.
Thank you. Another question I have is we talked about restricting those who live there to seniors 55 and up. Can we additionally put in place a priority on North Shore residents, or is that not possible? Not excluding non-North Shore residents, but a priority.
No, we're not able to do that. That violates fair housing. But as we've talked about in the past, that we rely heavily on our partnerships to lease up our buildings. So in that way, we have more control over the population that we intend to lease the building to. And so that is our way to, in fact, meet the desires of the population that you choose to have in the building.
And I would just add to that, I mean, no apartment building can restrict tenancy to just certain people who live in certain places. That's against fair housing law.
Elsa, can you also?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask you to speak to this, please. Thank you.
Sure. So so a couple of restrictions with our funding. Our funding requires an affordable housing covenant to be placed as part of our funding restrictions. We have seen in other projects that we have supported and invested in that they don't restrict residents from that are not in the covenant, but they do market to residents from the area, and through their partnerships with providers in the area, they try to provide units for residents in the community and that could benefit from within the local community. Our covenant at the moment it restricts would be restrictive based on the previous proposal that Kenmore has presented. If the project was to be specifically for seniors, our restrictions would apply for seniors 55 and over.
Now, you said that was, we couldn't prioritize based on the covenant that we currently have, but that's something that is open to amendment. Is that correct as a potential pathway?
If I understand the question correctly, is there a legal way within our covenant that we could restrict the residents from or other residents from outside the community? I believe the answer to that is no. Again, we would, Plymouth or the developer would market, and again, in coordination with the service providers, would try to bring in residents from the local community, but our funding would not restrict to the local area. It would be restrictive of the population.
And what about potentially through partnerships with local organizations?
Right.
You know, that may operate in North King County. Can we reserve units through those partnerships or for those partnerships, for referrals from those partnerships?
Absolutely. We could through referrals with partnerships, with those partnerships, we could absolutely market to seniors in the local, within the local geographic area. But there is not any law. Law does prohibit geographic restrictions.
I also want to mention at another building in our portfolio, we were able to build local referral partnerships with shelters that were serving the surrounding area. And the vast majority of the tenants in that building are from those shelters. So this is something we know how to do and have done successfully in the past.
So you're saying that there's a way, if we do partner with and we push for partnerships with local organizations here on the north end, that we could target maybe indirectly.
Correct.
North Shore residents.
Correct. And this is something we've done, and I'm happy to talk more about that at one of the town halls if we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I do have one more question, but I'm happy to leave that for a little bit later.
Are there anybody need to jump in right now? Why don't you finish up your questions?
And maybe you could jump in on this too, but the possibility of a long lease agreement and whether or not that's feasible or allowed, and under what circumstances. Again, just curious, I think, you know, this question has come up from the public. This question has come up from some of our own members, and I don't know that there's been a straight answer to that.
And if I could jump in, I think what Councilmember Lutz is getting towards is that we have heard from a lot of folks who are concerned about giving away the property permanently. And I think and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what the councilor might be asking is there a possibility for like a long-term land lease or something like that would still allow your financing to go forward, but still keep the land after, I don't know, 50, 70 years. I'm not sure what sort of land lease would work for your financing, but we didn't do something similar, but we worked with like the lodge over at St. Ed's. We worked with Park so that they could do a long-term lease so that the lodge could do the improvements and get the financing they needed. Is that something that's in the realm of possibility with a project like this, or does it have to be a complete land transfer?
Sure, I can speak to the funding piece of the lease, and that is something that we have in the past done as funders, and that is absolutely a lease is doable, and it is something that we can allow given the existing funding requirements as well as other funding commitments in the project.
So if I hear you correctly, that's possible, that's on the table?
It would certainly, through the funder's perspective, it would be possible. It would have to be a long-term commitment. Funders would like to see that the project is able to serve residents for a certain amount of years. For Arch, the affordability period would be at least 50 years. So certainly a long-term lease would be within that term. I would say in my expertise and my experience, land leases are usually more than the funder's covenant commitments. Sometimes they can be 60 to 80 years. So long-term lease is the most acceptable.
But through this path, the city would retain ownership of the property.
That is correct. Through the land lease model, the city would retain ownership. And at the end of the period, there would be a period in which the city and the developer would have to negotiate upfront the ownership of the building or the continued lease that would be done at the beginning of the coordination.
Thank you.
And I guess a follow-up question to that is that something that would work for Plymouth?
I certainly, we would have a discussion with our executives and our board, but what I can share with you that I have had many deals structured in that manner in the past, numerous that have been successful. So it is certainly something that has been done.
Thank you. Questions? Councilmember Scrivner.
I have several questions, like other council members, and I'm going to speechify a little bit first. So I first want to thank our audience. We received tons of emails, some from folks writing for the very first time, and really appreciate it. Really appreciate the turnout as well. I know I read every single email that came in before 5:30 today. I also want to thank city staff and Plymouth staff for all their hard work, regardless of where this goes. This was a heavy lift. But I also want to say how deeply disappointed I am at where we are at the moment. The first time council and community saw the actual proposal with the code waivers requested was mid-November of this year, after all that time. And information continues to dribble in. The first we heard that the population would be 100% people with disabilities was literally last Friday. And it was also last week that we heard about the deadline from one of the funders. Even tonight, I'm hearing new information about our ability to alter the population and the potential referral sources. Transparency and interest in public engagement have definitely not been strengths. Projects like this proceed at the speed of trust, and trust has not been built. Public benefit. That is actually the metric that our council is required to use in weighing the code waivers Plymouth is requesting, whether it's this proposal or a future proposal. And one reason our community and the council are being cautious is that the parcel being considered in this case has very high opportunity cost. And that means what alternatively could be done with that parcel. Of note, the projects that are permanent supported housing in Kirkland and Bellevue are not in their downtown core. And frankly, I'm not aware of any that are. That said, there is never a perfect location. That is simply the way it is. There will always be arguments against any location. But any project needs to have public benefit considered in the context of alternative uses and weighed against public costs. The police costs alone are significant public costs to consider. Bellevue's project is on pace to have 150 police calls in a year, which for us would be about a 4% bump in total police calls. All of that said, what we do know regarding benefit is that there is public benefit for the tenants. Permanent supported housing, which is permanent housing with supports and treatment assertively offered but not required, and with low barriers to entry, including relaxing typical credit and rental history requirements and not having readiness criteria to enter housing. That model is effective if the metric is housing stability for the tenants, and that is the metric typically measured in the research. I know this because I have contributed to that research on several occasions over the first couple of decades of my career, including evaluations of at least 2 Plymouth projects, one of which was published in the American Journal of Public Health. 30 years ago, I also worked as a housing case manager in scattered site permanent supported housing. There is no doubt that the data show that permanent supported housing is effective for the residents. Do I feel we as a community should care enough to house our unhoused neighbors? Yes. Should we help support development of permanent supported housing in Kenmore to be an effective, compassionate solution for our most vulnerable citizens? Yes. Not only should we are required to. Does it need to be this specific permanent supported housing project at this scale, in this location, with this operator and this population? I'm not sure. But we are not here to talk about this model in the abstract. We are here to talk about the specific proposal that might be brought back in February or that we might consider along the way. The current proposal asks for several waivers, including for density and ground floor construction materials, notably not a waiver in height. There's some confusion about that. The zoning, the existing zoning along that strip of 522 is already zoned for 6-story. To be supportive of moving forward with a public process, for me, I would need to more fully understand how much flexibility Plymouth would consider in order to be responsive to a potential public process. For me, if there is little flexibility, then there is little point in the public process. I take this decision seriously, and I'm quite sure that the rest of us do, as there are significant consequences for the city with moving forward and for denying the project. So given that, I have several questions. I want to reiterate what I think I heard, that the site and the density, which requires a waiver, is non-negotiable. Is that what I heard? Even if we have another site that is controlled by the city, another site that is city-owned?
That is correct with the site. And the reason for that is because a lot of the funding is competitive. And we go in, and all developers that submit applications go in with a particular project, and it's competitive. And our proposals are evaluated based on their criteria and their priorities. So we can't go back after a competitive process where we've been awarded funds with a different project. It's not fair, and it's to do that.
There's often ability to negotiate, but that sounds like that's not on the table. It's interesting that Heidi Shepard from NUSA invoked the Ronald Commons project, because that is only 60 units in a town much bigger than Kenmore. It's also mixed single adults and families and children. So that's a completely different model. It sounds like you're also not interested in looking at scattered site. All right, so now my population questions. We had originally hopes for a population with less complex needs, and that's what we were kind of led to believe, given that the funders don't require use of the county's coordinated entry system. My concern is with the disability requirement, I don't think we're there. I don't think that's what we're talking about now, which again, is something that we heard last Friday. So I guess I would like to hear more about the expected mix of disabilities, more about the screening criteria as well, and then we can talk about referral sources. So what is the expected mix of disabilities?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about that. And I did pose this question to our rental office director, knowing that it would come up tonight. And he shared that this has not been Plymouth's experience with this type of voucher. Disability means a range of different things. It could be anything from generalized anxiety disorder to a bad back to a hurt foot. It can also mean more severe disabilities where people are using a wheelchair or are experiencing a mental illness. We do have buildings that are specifically designed and funded to serve chronically mentally ill individuals. That is not the population we're seeking to serve at this site. And as we stated before, because we are not going through the King County Coordinated Entry System, we have a lot more flexibility in which tenants come into this building by leveraging our partnerships with referral partners. And our experience with referral partners is that they understand we help them to understand the population that we are trying to serve, that Kenmore is trying to serve in this building. We've already started preliminary conversations with some of our referral partners that we've used for other projects. We work with the housing case managers there in order to get the right tenants into the right buildings, because we don't want a situation in which we're serving people that wasn't Kenmore's intention to serve. So I want to make very clear that we have done this before. We have worked with this type of voucher before, and it has not been our experience that this type of voucher automatically designates this building as having 100% people with severe needs.
Okay. Are we not using the HUD definition of disability? I guess I'm confused. Because I mean, a disabling condition to HUD is, relates to, my understanding, a doctor's signature that you are unable to work.
That is correct.
So
that's correct.
Okay, so.
But you can get a
right.
doctor's, I guess, confirmation of a disability for a whole host of disabilities.
Sure.
It doesn't need to be a severe mental illness or a severe mobility issue.
Correct.
That has been our, and Catherine, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just curious the mix. I mean, physical, substance abuse,
Yes.
mental health.
Yes.
What is your expectation of the mix?
Generally in our buildings, we see high level of physical disability. I would also say that when you're looking at a population that is extremely low income, many of those people are extremely low income because they're receiving Social Security. And that is a very low income. And that is especially when people have not yet hit retirement age, that's because they have a disabling condition. So the population, seeking out a population with disabilities does not necessarily mean it's a high acuity mental health population. We see a very large number of people who are physically disabled from being able to work, and other folks with a variety of mental health issues that are not necessarily acute. That can be a diagnosis of depression or anxiety. It can be somebody who is no longer able to work because they have a pre-existing injury. It is not necessarily somebody who has chronic mental health issues. So that is not, I just want to be clear that that's not an overlay just because somebody has a disability.
Okay, that partially answers it. So referral sources, and again, sorry about my confusion, but I heard today for the first time that Mary's Place could be a referral source. I mean, obviously Mary's Place is the only shelter that we have in Kenmore. There are other shelters that are somewhat near. The Oaks in Shoreline, Helen's Place in Kirkland come to mind. Those are the only other two in the general area. Mary's Place, I believe, serves women with children. So can you tell me how you're thinking about Mary's Place fitting into your model?
I don't know about the specific shelter in Kenmore, but Mary's Place serves single women and women with children. So they do have a population that they serve that are people who are living independently.
Okay. I'd want to get some clarification. That's not my understanding, but if it is, that's awesome, because I believe we heard from our community and we already knew that that would be a great option to be able to house people who are already in our community from Mary's Place. So I'd want to dig into that, and maybe we can even get a clearer answer tonight on that. But I do want to be clear, you're not talking about serving families, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, you would be open to limiting it to those shelters that we just talked about, though, the 3 shelters plus HopeLink, presumably?
I think we, in the presentation, Tamby addressed that it depends on if we restrict the building to 55 plus. Obviously, that would create a situation where we'd have to cast a wider net because the people that were the organizations that we're hoping to be referral partners don't exclusively serve seniors like Hope Link and Mary's Place. The senior center, of course, would send us probably a lot of referrals, but they're not going to send us 100. So that would create a situation where we'd have to go outside of the North Shore area.
You are willing to take referrals from the senior center, Hope Link,
Yes,
people
yes.
at imminent risk?
Yes.
Of course, they would
Outreach
need
to
to
the-
meet the criteria.
Correct.
Is what you're
Outreach to
saying.
the
They would still have to
manufactured
be-
homes community as well. We've talked at length with Tamby Cork about this. We know that there are a lot of people who are on the brink of homelessness who would qualify for this building.
And you're not willing to consider, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, something like you already do with Blake House, which is a partnership where you're actually working with another operator to serve families and people who are independent living.
It's not a lack of willingness. It's because
Mhm.
we're already funded, as Karen mentioned, for this specific project. So in order to do a partnership like Blake House, we would have to redo all of our funding.
Which I think would be the better approach.
We'd have to redesign the building as well.
Okay, last question. Say a little bit more about the services. I do see a little bit, again, new information to us, this FAQ, a little bit more about your staffing. You know, it's a fair, maybe not the deepest end population in terms of needs, but certainly a population with significant needs. So, you know, in addition to your, you know, double, you know, front desk staff, so notwithstanding those folks, what is your, for example, daytime ratio? What is your evening ratio? So.
Sure, I can tell you that the building will be funded for 4 to 5 case managers. So our ideal case management ratio is a 1 to 20. We stagger our case management and management shifts so that there's multiple staff on site 7 days a week. I'd have to do some very quick math to figure out how well that ratio lines up. We also would staff this building with and serve it with staff throughout Plymouth. So we would have tenant support aid available to help residents maintain their homes. That's a major piece of allowing people to live independently for longer, especially when you're looking at a population with physical disabilities that skews older. We'd have a community specialist working in the building who would do community engagement with our residents and engage the outside community as well. And then the case managers would be working one-on-one with the residents on their individual goals. We have a goal of making sure every resident has an individualized service plan within a month of move-in, so that we're working with them on their identified goals and goals that we see as necessary for their housing stability, like paying rent, maintaining their apartment, and living in community with their neighbors.
So during the day, for example, you would have the 2 front desk staff plus.
You could have 2 front desk staff, 4 case managers, a residential services manager, community specialist. I mean, site director. We stagger
several
start times.
people.
Yes. and we-
Present.
Present,
Okay.
and we do
Yeah.
a lot to stagger start times and end times of shifts. So for example, the community specialist works half of the day shift and half of the swing shift. We do our best to really kind of pull our staffing resources across that 24/7 sphere, because we know our residents need support at all times of day, and we never want to leave a building without at least 2 people on site, just for safety purposes, for the community and for our residents.
And some of those are CDPs and some of those are MHPs?
We have a behavioral health integration team. I can't speak to what level of licensure people on site would have, but we have the ability to connect our residents to outside resources. So in other properties, we have partnerships where other agencies come in and provide services, whether those are mental health or substance use services, and we are, building that within Plymouth as well.
So those are not your staff?
In some cases, there are staff, and in some cases, they aren't. We rely on a kind of complex web of services to make sure that our residents have their needs met. Often our residents are also showing up with case management and other support, often mental health, maybe substance use support. And so we work with those providers for continuity of care so that residents move in and we wrap around them with the services. They don't lose their services from where they were before or prior situations. We may connect them to new services if they didn't already have those.
Let some other people ask questions.
Questions? Your Honor. Yes, Mr. City Manager.
This proposed facility has been compared to the Eastgate facility a couple times tonight and in the past. Can Plymouth talk about the difference between the tenants that are proposed for this site and the tenants that are at Eastgate?
I think while this has been compared to the Eastgate project quite a bit, I think it's actually much more similar to a couple of our other projects within Seattle where we take the where we take our residents from referral sources. So working with coordinated entry at Eastgate, we are taking the people who are identified as the most vulnerable and the highest need in the county. When we lease some of our other properties and work with referral partners like our property in Ballard, we tend to see a much more stable population. We see people who don't require the same level of supportive services. However, in this project, we're staffing it as though they do require that level of supportive services. So for Plymouth, actually, this would be like a more stable population with that highest level of support.
So my understanding with the Eastgate site is that the tenants have to be 62 years of age and younger.
That's correct. So we have multiple set-asides at that project, which we would not have here. For example, as you mentioned, residents have to be 62 years or younger because of the type of vouchers that we received. We also have a chronically mentally ill set-aside, and I apologize, that's the term they use. We also have home funding, which requires us to have over 30 units of home. And those of you that have worked with home funding, you know how inflexible it is. And that's just because we have a lot more of a mixed bag of funding that came with a lot more restrictions. We sought funding for this project without those restrictions because we knew that that's not the type of building that Kenmore wanted to build.
And my understanding is that Eastgate, so it's 62 years and younger, chronically mentally ill, but also chronically homeless.
Oh,
meaning-
correct. I forgot to mention, they're also chronically homeless. So I realize that it's
Can you explain what
confusing
that
to
means?
have the different definitions, and Catherine, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So chronically homeless means that you have experienced homelessness several times throughout a certain period. Exiting homelessness, someone only needs to be homeless or on the brink of homelessness, which is a much lower or higher, I guess, lower barrier for entry into this type of housing, not to be confused with low barrier housing. But so that's a really big difference as well.
And I guess I just wanted to add that serving that population is a really important opportunity for, I think, our entire system to be able to serve people who have been destabilized to a lesser degree than people who are chronically homeless, potentially preventing people from entering into chronic homelessness, getting people who have destabilized potentially for a short period of time or who have not experienced homelessness as many times or for that length, working with them to stabilize into housing is not as heavy of a lift. And so that's something that we see in our properties where we're moving in people who are either coming from maybe an unstable living situation that is not potentially literal street homelessness. We're able to provide services to that population and engage them and do a lot of community building right from the beginning. And that would be our goal at Kenmore.
I've got a couple of questions. One, when we were talking about local referral partners earlier, and I think I saw this in the materials, but I just want to double check. Kenmore Partners contracts with Lake City Partners to do outreach. I assume that Lake City Partners would be able to be a referral partner into this.
Yes, absolutely. And we, as soon as we start construction on this project, we will be signing MOUs with referral partners. And Tambi and I have already been brainstorming on potential referral partners that would be good for this building. So your own city staff will inform that process.
Great. And then I've heard some concern or questions around, with 100 rooms, there could be potentially more people than there are rooms served. What would your best estimate be of the number of residents, given the mix of rooms that we have here with 85 studios and 15 one-bedrooms?
That's right. I'm gonna let Catherine answer the bulk of this question because this is not my area of expertise. But with we have 85 studios and 15 one-bedrooms, as you know. And I believe there are restrictions to what size a household can be as far as our vouchers go. So for a studio, I believe it can only be 2 people and they both have to be on the lease. With a 1-bedroom, it can be 3 people. Correct, Catherine? However, that is very uncommon. I want to point out that that's not common in our housing. Catherine, go ahead.
It's extremely rare to see more than one person living in one of our apartments. It's not to say it never happens. People live in couples, people live in family situations. But people are generally referred in through the single adult homeless system. They're generally entering into a shelter or into services as a single adult and being referred. If somebody wants to add somebody into the apartment, they would then need to take that additional step of adding them to their lease, which is a big step. And for somebody who has been unstably housed, they may prefer to just have that person visit them within our guest policy. We do have a guest policy within our buildings that, like many apartments do, limits how many nights somebody can spend in the building. Because we have that 24/7 desk coverage, we're able to monitor how often people are staying in the apartment. So again, it can happen, but it is very rare.
Thank you. Councilmember Lutzis.
Yeah, thank you. So that's kind of news to me, under this whole single or the individual occupant idea that we were working under, that there would be referrals for single persons living in these rooms, that it wasn't family. But now we're hearing that maybe there are family situations, maybe there are couples, maybe there are 3 people to a room. That's kind of very different from what we've been talking about.
So as an apartment, we have to comply with all landlord tenant law, and we are not able to set those kinds of restrictions that would be in violation of city ordinances. Or HUD ordinances of how many people can legally occupy an apartment.
But why was that not, I guess, made more apparent to the public and,
Because
set up
it's
front
so
that this is
uncommon for us.
I think it's because it's so extremely rare that we ever see more than one.
And also, Elizabeth and Plymouth team, can you talk about, so there are 100 project-based vouchers. So
That's
those
correct.
go with so can you just explain for the council and the public about those vouchers and how that plays into this?
Right, so the vouchers that we are receiving from King County Housing Authority are specifically for single adults. They are project-based vouchers. I'm sure a lot of you already know how project-based vouchers work, but they stay with, the council, a lot of the council knows how project-based vouchers work. But to explain a little further, they stay with the building rather than travel with the individual. So even if an individual moves on from our building, the voucher stays with the building. And this is another reason why seeing couples or families in our buildings is so extremely, extremely rare. Also because of the referral partnerships we build, as Catherine mentioned, we are not referring people from a family shelter situation. We're not referring people who are in a couple. And this is another, I think, key part of the referral process is making sure that we're working with our referral partners so that we get people into the building that makes most sense for this building. But as Catherine mentioned, there are fair housing laws that we do have to abide by, that any provider has to abide by.
Now, when it comes, sorry, yes.
I also want to add that it's often the case that we design a building with 1-bedroom units, and that's to accommodate tenants that do have a live-in caretaker. So that's often the reason that we will have 1-bedroom units so that they can have that assistance. with them.
So when it comes, just for clarification purposes, when it comes to a unit and one person gets a voucher for that unit, but they have a spouse, is that spouse also given a voucher, or is it only one voucher per unit? Or does that spouse then, they have to sign on to the lease, correct? So how does
Yes.
that all operate?
Yeah, so it's one voucher per unit, and anyone who's in addition to the lease has to be added to the lease through Plymouth and also added to the voucher through King County Housing Authority. So all household members have to go through the process.
So, but they'd have to be put on the voucher. So it wouldn't just be a voucher to a single person. That would be a voucher to
The units are vouchered, so the voucher remains regardless of who lives in the apartment. So they're subsidized regardless, unlike a typical Section 8 voucher that you can take with you wherever you go.
Okay. I have a couple other quick questions, and unfortunately, I know that when I talked with your staff, I asked for an example lease. The newest conceptual drawings, those never got to me, so I'm a little disappointed with that. Another question I do have is when it comes to these voucher changes, it sounds like they keep changing. You know, just last Friday, we heard it has to be all disabled. Will these vouchers, the priority or the requirements for these vouchers keep changing even after a hypothetical agreement here? Or when
They
do they
haven't
solidify?
changed, just to clarify, they haven't changed. We've just gotten more information from the Housing Authority.
So, well, my concern there is how can we fairly, assess this project if we
Understand.
don't have all of the
I understand,
information?
and I really hope we have the chance to perhaps have King County Housing Authority at the town hall meetings to have those discussions. I apologize that you never got a copy of the lease. That wasn't our intention at all to miss that. So I do apologize, and that's unacceptable. But yes, I agree that it's been very fuzzy and very confusing. And I'd really like to have the opportunity to invite the Housing Authority to speak more on the voucher type.
Thank
And
you. Oh,
May
yeah.
I add a little bit about the voucher type and why
Yes.
we can't, at certain points in time, we are not told the type of voucher that we may be getting, and that's because there's a competition for the vouchers. So oftentimes there's a competitive process for the vouchers as well that will align with funding applications. So they're going to look at the whole mix of funding applications that they have and then make a determination based on need, what vouchers to allocate to certain developments. So it's not that we're not sharing information. We don't know until that process is done, what type of vouchers that we are going to be allocated. And that is the same for every developer.
So does that mean there's sort of an expectation about voting on this kind of blindly in terms of what the end voucher will be? Excuse me, I'm asking them, like them to answer. Thank you.
We have received information from the King County Housing Authority on the voucher type, and it is pretty much what we have shared today, the type of voucher that we're going to get. So what we're sharing with you tonight is the type of voucher that we understand we're going to get. We just haven't entered into a contract yet.
Okay,
And we're happy to, so we have to enter into that contract before we start construction. So if it would make your decision, if you'd like to see a copy of that contract before we sign it, we'd be happy to work with the Housing Authority before you have to vote on this, if this moves forward.
I would greatly appreciate that. More information is better than less, especially when it comes to
We
some of
agree,
these
and we
details.
want to be a partner with you, and I apologize if you didn't get the materials that you needed on time.
My last question, this is to city staff, just a little clarification thing here. So at what point or how much change is the max before a new development agreement is needed? I know it's substantial, but that's, and that could be, if we're no longer going with sort of zoning exceptions or things like that. But when we talk about all of these things added up, where's that threshold? I'm just curious when we need to, when we can no longer stay with the same development agreement.
So are you talking about making modifications, and at what point are the modifications so great that it's a totally different project?
That's exactly right, yes.
City Attorney, if you want to help me out here, but I think you can ask for a lot of modifications.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I concur, your code does not put limits as to what the council can do. So the process is that you apply for a development agreement, you can deviate from the code. And again, it's the council who can approve the proposed development agreement, modify it or disapprove it. There's no, again, structure around modifications, so it would be up to the council on what modifications, what the scope of those would be.
Thank you. And just to sort of summarize, it's possible, well, it would be necessary and likely that any development agreement, should it come before us again, would look nothing like what was proposed on the 11th and still be okay because it's been heavily modified. We just don't need a new development agreement. Is that right? I know that was a little convoluted, so let me rephrase that. Should we go with a hypothetical situation number 2, that development agreement may not look anything like what was proposed last month. Is that right? And still be okay, or?
Well, within the parameters that Plymouth has to comply with their funding partners. So that would.
Just the 2, the density and the location? Or what are the?
If there are some others, if Plymouth.
I think it depends on what
Impact fees,
changes you're
other-
proposing. We can't speak to that without knowing which changes you're talking about.
I think just the ones that we're talking about up here. For right now.
Specifically, the development agreement, the seniors 55 and up, is that correct?
And yes, in partnership with local organizations when it comes to referrals, when it comes to a good neighbor agreement that's contractually binding, when it comes to a potential long lease agreement, when it comes to a community engagement board that we give more power to, and other points that have been brought up.
Right, so as a development agreement is a legal document, we would need to seek the advice of council, just as you seek the advice of your council. And again, because it is a legal document, we go back and forth and our attorneys talk to one another. So it would need to, I mean, I can't speak to specifics without consulting our council.
No, that's, yeah, I understand. So I didn't mean to make this too complicated. It's just looking at a path forward here. It seems like a lot of
Right,
modifications.
and it
would
sounds
be
like
needed.
you and the community want something in writing, which I totally understand and support. I just, because it is illegal, again, like I said, it's not appropriate for us to address one way or another until we talk to our attorney.
If I may just jump in here, speaking from a funder's perspective, I think we'd want to understand from you, council members, what modifications or the options that you'd be seeking. We can then review those options and then come back with potential with the analysis of whether that fits into our funding guidelines and conditions and recommendations. I think what we would be seeking is some guidance from you on what you think you would like to see, what changes you'd like to see proposed. And we could then review those.
Thank you. Yeah, from what we've heard, a lot of folks in the community are not against affordable housing. They just want some modifications, and there's a strong desire for community engagement going forward. So I think we can talk through it and see. I'm sure that we certainly have a bar in mind up here, if that can be met. But that remains to be seen over the next amount of time.
So if I understand correctly, you'd want to see a community engagement plan in advance.
Well, we have one, a potential one.
Or modifications to that community engagement plan.
No, well, I mean, I don't think it needs to be modified from what it says, just based on the time constraints and everything else, but just hearing from those community engagement aspects in terms of what other questions and concerns sort of arise and what other sort of modifications may come about from that.
Councilmember Stassen? Okay. Are there any, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, I have a question for Elsa. So Elsa, the proposed modifications you've heard so far tonight, are those deal killers, or can you work with those?
Yeah, sure. I think the short of the response is that I think certainly the lease agreement is a modification that is within our parameters and our guidelines. That is something that we could definitely review. The project that we funded was not specific to seniors. It was more towards specific at low income communities and income levels. So we'd want to look at that. I think generally, yes, we'd be absolutely open to reviewing modifications and continuing to work with the city council with to incorporate your conditions into our requirements. I also want to say that we have, as previously mentioned, been in extensive conversations and coordination with the other public funders, and they are also committed to the project. And I feel like generally we could engage in modifications and provide you the project that you'd be seeking and the populations that you would like served in your community.
Any other questions for staff or for Arch or for Plymouth? All right, I'm not seeing any more questions then. We have 3 potential motions in front of us. Chair would entertain motions. Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Herbig. I would make a motion.
I'm up.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Deputy
hear.
Mayor, sorry.
I'm doing the Melanie pause. Excuse me. Sometimes it takes me a minute to find the words to get started. We all have our own style. And after I make the motion, I would like to be able to talk about it.
Of course.
I move for option 3, deny the development agreement, to direct staff to bring in the ordinance denying the Plymouth development agreement for potential adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Deputy Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes. As a person who strongly supported moving forward with this over the past 18 years, this is a very difficult motion to make. As a person who has high respect for Plymouth and the services that you provide our region, much needed, caring, compassionate resources for the people most at need, I want to make sure that I am clear to you that this motion isn't about you as a service provider as I'm speaking to this, because your work is important. My major concerns are related to the scale and the inability to have any flexibility with the number of units. The location, I think, I actually went to the location and noticing the asphalt fumes and being someone who's very interested and cares about environmental justice, being directly in the plume of an asphalt plant doesn't make sense to me for those that are most needy. Parking is an issue in our downtown core. And I think that our community has been very strong in their communications about their concerns there. But these are decisions that I've been weighing for quite some time. Some of my favorite, closest friends are incredible supporters of this project, and staff, people I really respect. So it's very hard to disappoint people who have had my back for so long. But there's another element of this, which is the scale of this project is too big for our community. It just is. And I'm sorry to say that, we are part of the region, but we've had more people come out and speak passionately about this. Right, we have some great writers on both sides of this issue. I can't believe the time and care that people have put forward in communicating their ideas, positions. I've seen incredible creativity. I've seen a community who cares about affordability and homelessness and wants to do something about that. And I believe in our community. And we need to come together. And so on this project, I care about homelessness. I care about affordability. I'm an incredibly empathic person. I think anyone who knows me knows this about me. And so it's hard not to move forward with this. But from where we began in 2021 to where we are today, the project became something very different, in my view, from what I expected. I have responsibility in my votes that got us all the way up to this point. What I want to say is it's incredibly important that our community keep coming out and keep engaged. Maybe some of these issues may have been discovered or uncovered earlier that we might have been able to check and adjust sooner. I don't know. But I care that you're here and I want to keep our community engaged. And I believe in us. And I know that we can come forward with something that actually is at scale to the needs of our community, where our community feels powerful. We live in a time of so much divide, where if you're on one side or the other, you're the bad guy. When we're all human, we all can feel how cold it is out there. We know it is a crime that there's anyone homeless in our city, in our region. It's a crime in one of the richest nations in the world, in one of the richest cities in the world. To have this problem, it's a crime. It doesn't start in Kenmore. It's a systemic issue. But if we come together and start working together on homelessness in communities like this, because what I learned when I ran for office, when I got elected, and now that I get to sit in this chair for another 4 years, I learned my voice matters, and I learned yours does too. And we need to start working together for the solutions that we really need without pointing fingers at each other for good guys, bad guys. We have major issues, and I believe in us. And it's a very hard thing to disappoint my friends and supporters. I do know that there are other people that I don't know that voted for me that are going to be really happy. But this is why I have made the decision. I have been pondering this, and I've gone all over, but location and scale are the main reasons that I cannot support this. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Marshall.
Yes, my concern remains with the density and the departure from the code on that. And my concern also remains with the height. I was concerned about the height some time ago, and it appears that's non-negotiable. I do recognize the difference in the change and the age requirement to that 55. I think that is significant. That's important. But I don't feel I can support the project, and that's why I would support the option 3, deny the development agreement.
Further discussion, Councilmember Culver.
Yeah, I want to offer a few reflections on the two things I've heard most from folks in the community. First, a lot of folks have said they do not feel heard by council. So as your overeager new council member, I've listened to every comment and read every single email. Thank you all. In my campaign this past fall, I ran on vigorous civic engagement and making sure the community's voice is fully heard. So I'm going to keep beating that drum, and it is my full hope and intent to do just that. Toward that end, one solution I've heard many asking for, which I'm completely in favor of, put this question to a vote of the people. This would give everybody a chance to make their voices heard on this in the most direct and democratic way possible, ballot. We have plenty of history to draw from here. We know Kenmore is no stranger to putting hot button issues to a vote of the people and their collective wisdom.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, you're speaking for or against the motion that's in front of us?
Oh man, I don't get to speechify. I will be speaking
if it's appropriate,
against.
but if you're speaking to, but you do need to be addressing the motion, I apologize.
I will be speaking against.
Okay. Please continue.
Let me just clarify and disappoint folks. I will be speaking against the motion.
Continue.
Now, as I understand it, council still has to render the final decision on this to comply with city and state code. But even so, putting an advisory vote to the community would do a whole lot of good in fostering vigorous and nuanced community deliberation on such a complex decision. Secondly, I've heard a lot of folks have said this issue came up pretty suddenly and that council shouldn't rush into making a decision like this. I agree completely. This has been in the works for a couple of years now, but this did land a bit suddenly at the tail end of last year, headed into the holidays. We have 3 new council members, myself included. We're only a couple weeks into this gig. I think to be fully fair to the new members, we got to give them the time to get their feet wet before we make these final decisions. So to be clear, as I think everyone understands, but tonight's vote is not a binding commitment to initiate the development itself. We would simply be directing staff to do more community engagement before a final vote, giving the community more time to make their voice heard, giving council more time to consider that input for the public. We would also be keeping open the prospect of putting this to a vote of the public. In fact, that's the only path for us to do so. So with that specific scope in mind, I'll be honest, this doesn't feel like a particularly tough vote tonight. The project has been in the works for several years now. Certainly, I wouldn't want to drag it out for several years further if we're not going to bear any fruit. But a few more weeks of community input is the least we can do as a courtesy to my fellow rookies. This is our city's top priority. It's clearly elicited a lot of feedback from our community. We've got more details to dig into and discuss. Let's give that room to make it happen and be thoughtful in an effective manner. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Shrevenick?
I'll be voting for this motion largely for the same reasons that have been laid out. Again, deeply disappointed that we did not plan a project that is in scale and with the populations that are here in our community. That is the kind of permanent supported housing that would make the most sense. This is not it. And it sounds like the pieces that would make that it are non-negotiable.
Further discussion? All right. Well, I will say that, I'm frankly a little surprised. The scale of this project and the number of units have been part of this proposal since day one when we first were presented it at council. We all saw the drawings. We all knew it was going to be 100 units. And we all knew it was going to be serving 0 to 30% AMI individuals. Personally, I would argue that the people who would be served by this would be harmed more by living without a home rather than living within range of occasional asphalt fumes. If we sell this property, which I suspect we would at some point, I don't see the dream of a overpass that was, envisioned by a council 11, 12 years ago before my time on council will come to fruition. I think it's far too expensive for us to contemplate. So at some point we will sell this property. And we will see something else that is going to maximize usage of that property. We will see something that is 65 feet tall, I suspect. I want to really thank staff in Plymouth, well, for coming back with, for listening as much as they can and for coming back with potential changes around focusing on seniors, which more aligns with our, how we originally heard about the project. And then making sure that the ground floor commercial space is something that would add to our downtown. I also heard that a lot of people didn't feel like there was enough community notice and outreach that has been done. And I really do appreciate staff for putting together what is a cramped, but I also think in the time available, a relatively robust community engagement plan over the next few weeks. I would personally support continuing the engagement process and hearing from folks more and getting more of our questions answered before putting this to bed. So I'll be voting against the motion. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Lutsis.
This is a very difficult situation because, as has been pointed out, we're all in favor of affordable housing. Yet again, as through our discussion this evening, there's new details coming to light that weren't made aware to us earlier, or things that just weren't provided, which really hurts this process. And it makes it uncomfortable for us sitting up here to feel like we're making a decision without knowing all of the details. I mean, it's hard to make a fair decision when you don't know all of the details. That being said, in reading through everyone's comments and listening to all the public comments this evening, it did sound like, as I heard from folks, everyone is in favor of affordable housing. Now, what that looks like, that's up to the community. That's what we want to hear. And I think with the process for community engagement, that would be very constructive, very productive, and would help direct our decision now and in the future. And one little bit of hope that I saw this evening was that there was room to wiggle this towards an area that people could agree upon. From the fact of agreeing to a long lease agreement, so the city would not give up the property, about looking at units reserved for those 55 and up, and partnering with regional and local organizations to ensure that North Shore residents were being served. The fact that a good neighbor agreement is contractually binding and we can have more say in this. As has been told to us, testified to us by the folks here, it is contractually binding, and that's what has been presented. If the needs of the community are met over the next 2 weeks, then maybe we can get somewhere. But if they're not, then there's no possibility for this project. But in that regard, I would love to have more community input in terms of putting this through town halls. Again, as I've said in all of the comments, even from most of the comments I've gotten from people against this, they start off every single time, I'm in favor of affordable housing, but. What is that but? I want to know what that but is. I want to hear. And if it's no barrier housing, then let's talk about that at a town hall and see if that's now workable, hearing that this project is workable. And if it's not.
Order.
And if it's not, then there's no way that this project can go forward from that point. But again, tonight is not a final decision on the development agreement. Even if we say no tonight and vote this down, we still have to talk about this at one of our next meetings to pass an ordinance. This is not final. This is just a directional motion.
Ma'am, you're interrupting our proceedings. Order, please. This is my last warning to you.
But at what point would it be workable? That's because as we've talked about through our discussion, it's starting to move slightly to somewhere. And
Folks, we'll all be done with this earlier if we're not interrupted. Thank you.
but if it's not workable, then, you know, this does not have my support.
Any further discussion on the motion in front of us to adopt or option number 3? Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. On option number 3, reading deny development agreement, direct staff to bring an ordinance denying the Plymouth Development Agreement for potential adoption at the January 22 regular meeting and place that ordinance on the January 22nd consent agenda. Councilmember Culver,
No.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Sassen,
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Lutsis,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
With 4 votes in favor, the motion passes.
With no further business to come before us, the Kenmore City Council is adjourned.